This block provides you with an approachable introduction to the diversity of the trampoline. What are the differences between the individual pieces of equipment? Which trampoline is the right one for me? The most common large models for school sports are the Master Trampoline and the Grandmaster Trampoline. A Master Trampoline has the following measurements. The frame is 4.57 meters long, 2.75 meters wide, and 99 centimeters high when assembled. The trampoline bed measures 3.66 meters by 1.83 meters. A Grandmaster Trampoline, on the other hand, has the following measurements. Frame 5.2 meters long, 3.05 meters wide, and 1.08 meters high. The trampoline bed is about 4.26 meters long and 2.13 meters wide. This produces a distinct difference in size. For group exercises and more challenging jumps, the Grandmaster Trampoline is the right choice and also offers greater safety with its larger surface area. For competition, the Eurotramp models currently in use are the Grandmaster Exclusive and the Premium models, with the same jumping bed measurements as the Grandmaster, but with a frame 1.15 meters tall, somewhat higher, so that higher performance jumping beds can be utilized. Anyone wanting to know more about equipment norms for competition apparatus should visit the International Gymnastics Federation website, www.fig-gymnastics.com. The capabilities and propulsion performance of the trampolines depends on the type of jumping bed. As a rule, the more air-permeable a jumping bed is, the greater its performance potential. This is why there are various types of weave. A jumping bed is made up of bands of varying widths, which are, as a rule, manufactured by industrial sewing machines. This is how the most common varieties look. The 45mm jumping bed has the lowest propulsion capability, but it's nevertheless extremely robust with optimal stability and a nice soft surface. Inexpensive jumping beds are made with ready-made fabric off the roll. These bed varieties offer balanced jump possibilities, but it should be noted that unlike the beds made of bands, if this kind of bed is damaged, it cannot be repaired. For usage in schools, the bed sewn from 13mm wide bands has proved its worth because it offers a good balance between performance and controllability. It's also extremely durable. For competition, beds are currently being utilized made of thin bands with a width of up to 4mm. These have, however, been developed for competitive sport and are not suitable for use in schools. A trampoline occupies a large space when it's erected and is generally folded for storage and transport and put on transport units. There are several variants at disposal for this purpose. The cheapest type of transport for a trampoline is the roller stand. The problem with it is that all apparatus types of Grandmaster, when folded together, are 2.2 meters in height, whereas many doors in gymnasiums are only 2 meters in height. With the conventional lifting roller stand and the safe and comfort lifting roller stand, the trampoline can be lowered from 2.2 meters to 1.97 meters. Therefore, all large trampolines fit through standard doors, 2 meters in height, without problems. In order to significantly increase safety and ease of handling, we offer a novel revolutionary hydraulic pump system with which the trampoline can be raised and lowered again very easily. The new lifting roller stand, safe and comfort. All criteria at a glance. Roller stand. Lowering is not possible, hence the trampoline cannot pass through 2-meter-high doors and garages. Cost effectiveness. Lifting roller stand. Lowering to 1.97 meters is possible, enabling passage through doors at room height. 2-stage raising and lowering is possible. Only suitable for experienced, trained persons. Hint: new lifting roller stand, safe and comfort. Lowering to 1.97 meters is possible, enabling passage through doors at room height. Stepless raising and lowering to the desired height is possible. Highest safety standard, easy to use, and intuitive in nature. Double-mini trampoline gymnastics is a popular discipline that requires great gymnastic ability. Gymnasts jump with approach onto the apparatus to execute 2 consecutive jumps, for example twist and somersault combinations. The landing is carried out on the mats laid out behind. A trampoline track makes it possible to carry out exercises that involve decelerated motion sequences and that ensure that the gymnastic movements are easy on the joints. On trampoline tracks, it's possible to learn, improve and perfect practically all gymnastic elements such as handsprings and all twist somersaults. The inclusion of a trampoline track in methodical training sessions for all ages and abilities is therefore highly recommended. Trampoline tracks are particularly useful for group presentations with aesthetic gymnastic elements. Trampoline tracks are available in various lengths with different jumping bed materials and tensions. Foldable solutions can also be offered. There are many accessories and training aids for trampoline use. Frame add-ons and safety mats provide an optimal safety standard for training and competition. These secure the front sides of the trampoline to avoid potential accidents in this area. In case 2 trampolines have to be placed closely together, only one frame add-on can be positioned between the trampolines. In this case, the safety mat with a double wedge is a good solution. It should, however, be noted that jumpers in the center of the trampoline only have one shared safety landing mat. Using a harness is a popular way to learn more challenging jumps. This involves the instructor securing the gymnast with a rope. The gymnast is securely attached to the harness with a somersault belt. Working with the harness requires experience on the part of the instructor, as the line must be actively controlled in harmony with the jumps. For the gymnast, the harness generates a great sense of security and therefore presents enormous potential for the development and improvement of exercises. Bungee harnesses are also very popular, as they also present even inexperienced participants with the possibility of conducting somersaults easily and without risk. Students are fitted with a bungee harness suited to their body weight and brought up to the required height with a winch. Off we go. Jumping in a bungee harness is something everyone can try. Somersault belts are used as a safety belt for harnesses and bungee harnesses. Twisting belts are used in a professional context, as these also make it possible for the gymnast to rotate around his own body axis. Springy gym floors present a problem to anyone conducting trampoline gymnastics. These can cause the trampoline to sway when it's jumped on. This is caused by the high pressure that's being applied on small supporting surfaces resting on the floor of the hall, which yields under the weight. To avoid the trampoline moving, base plates with non-slip undersides are placed beneath the trampoline legs, which greatly increases the supporting surface of the feet. They provide the trampoline with greater stability, therefore facilitating safer practice. Push-in mats were developed specifically for trampoline gymnastics and are excellent for use in training and competition. Their minimal weight allows them to be used with great speed and flexibility to secure the gymnast when he loses control on the trampoline by greatly reducing the impact of landing. The ice pad is the optimal training aid for trampoline sports. It reduces the propulsion of the trampoline bed by about 60%. The ice pad is an ideal training support for beginners in particular. In addition, the mat is also well suited to working with participants with disabilities or for rehabilitation measures. It can be simply placed upon the trampoline and removed as and when required. For ongoing technical information, please visit us at www.eurotramp.com or contact us direct by phone. Assembly and dismantling. Trampoline storage. Trampolines are normally folded and stored in the equipment room. This competition trampoline, which has been folded, is around 2 meters high. Once assembled, this trampoline requires 2 meters headroom. and is usually higher than the entrance to the equipment room. It requires just less than 3 meters 50 by 80 centimeters of floor space. When storing several trampolines, each piece of equipment requires an additional 50 centimeters of space. 2 trampolines require a depth of 1 meter 30. When storing 2 or more trampolines, there are 3 storage possibilities with different space requirements. As has already been shown, the trampolines can be aligned directly alongside each other, in a roof shape and in a V shape. The last arrangement requires the largest amount of space and should therefore be avoided. According to the nature of the equipment room and the other items stored there, it may be prudent to position the trampolines lengthwise or diagonally. The trampolines can easily be secured with a lock and chain to avoid inappropriate usage. In order to avoid injuries when taking the equipment out of the equipment store, the following points should be observed. To maneuver the trampoline out of the storage room, it must first be pulled. In doing this, there's a danger that the trampoline may roll over a foot. At a total weight of almost 500 weight, a weight of over 50 kilograms rests on each wheel of the roller stand. An accident such as this can be very painful and can even lead to injury. For this reason, only experienced people should be allowed to maneuver the trampoline and begin pushing it out as soon as possible. Trampoline assembly. An adult with adequate physical strength can assemble a competition trampoline alone. All the steps demonstrated here can also be carried out by 2 or more persons. When the trampoline has been pushed into the correct position, it must then be levered from the low into the high position. To do this, the person carrying out the assembly first takes firm hold of the lever pointing upwards on the lifting roller stand. Before taking hold of the red safety knob on the lifting roller stand, the safety knob is pulled out completely and the lever moved slightly to the side. The now unsecured lever is grasped with both hands and pushed downwards as far as it will go. Shortly before the lowest point, the lever is blocked by the safety bolt. The safety knob is pulled out again and the lever brought into a horizontal position until the safety knob clicks in audibly. Check that the lever is properly in place by jerking it firmly. Repeat the same process with the second lifting roller stand. The trampoline's tension chains are usually tangled up. They are disentangled so that the upper chain hangs free. This step can be carried out later. The next step is to first grasp the internal leg section, then the external leg section, and pull it out slightly. The internal leg section is now positioned against the external stand, resulting in a triangle with the frame. Now, with slight pressure applied on the external leg section, the trampoline can be tilted. In doing so, a firm grip must be maintained on the internal leg section to ensure that it does not fall on the ground. The trampoline is tilted far enough to allow the internal leg section to easily move past the external leg section and be placed on the ground. The back should be maintained in a straight position throughout if possible. Through pressure on the free hanging leg section with the foot and subsequent pushing back of the leg section at the same time as pushing down the center, the trampoline is tilted to the point that the leg section on the floor slides through underneath until it's hanging in the air. Now the leg section is pulled out as far as possible, and the hinge of the leg section pushed down until the tension chains are taut. Make sure all the links in the chain are straight at this point. Then the chains on the other side of the trampoline can be attached in the same way. Make sure that the chains are not twisted by briefly allowing them to hang down. When the chains are being attached, the tops should point down beneath the trampoline. Now the trampoline is placed entirely on the stands by lowering it using the lifting roller stand. The levers of the lifting roller stand are again grasped at the end, the safety knobs pulled out, and the lever moved far enough to the side to allow the roller stand to be easily pulled out. When pulling it out, keep hold of the lever of the roller stand and the upper safety bracket. The bracket can tilt downwards and, if it's not being held properly, land painfully on the hand holding the lever. The roller stands are put away in the equipment room with the external sides facing upwards. If the roller stands are joined together with a sturdy tube, they can be transported and stored more securely. When removing the roller stands, the stands slide outwards on smooth floors and the chains automatically tighten. With very new trampolines, as in our case, or dull floors, the stands do not slide out automatically and the chains are not taut. In this instance, help must be given by pulling out a stand. The person conducting the assembly now slightly lifts the first end section and pushes it into the vertical position. After stepping around the end section, it's slowly lowered down. Both foot stands are then placed inside the relevant sockets. Then the second end section is folded down in the same way. But because this fully extends the trampoline bed, the end section must be put up via the vertical position before the person conducting the assembly steps around. He takes hold of the footstand and uses it to pull the end section down until he can grasp the frame. The end section is released. With a little practice, it can be even easier to fold out the second side. This involves the assistant climbing up onto the trampoline and lifting the end section up to the vertical position. Then the assistant climbs around the end section and steps on the diagonal stand. The tension of the trampoline bed means the end section can be maintained in an upright position. The assistant now walks down along the leg section, taking the end section down along with him. Non-slip shoes are an absolute must here. The end section must be caught before it reaches the horizontal position to avoid damage to the hinges. After folding out the end section, the footstands are placed inside the relevant sockets. This is facilitated by pressure applied on the footstands with the lower leg. Once the 4 hinge protectors on the frame pads have been located, the trampoline assembly is complete. When dismantling the trampoline, the first thing to do is to remove and fold away the 4 hinge protectors on the pads. Then, on one side of the trampoline, both footstands of an end section are taken out of their sockets. Using both hands, the free trampoline end section is now raised. At some point, the bed tension takes over, and a tight grip must be maintained on the end section to stop it from flying over too quickly. The bed tension rapidly recedes, and the end section can now be taken on the other side and lowered away in a controlled fashion. After disengaging both footstands on the second trampoline end section, this is also folded in. Now there is barely any tension on the bed, and pushing the end section upwards requires more force. The next step is to insert the roller stand into the central part of the trampoline. The safety brackets must be held up in order for this to happen. The height of the spigot on the roller stand can be adjusted by moving the lever. The trampoline is jacked up by pushing down the lever. The red safety knob on the roller stand is pulled out and the lever moved downwards into the vertical position. The safety knob is released and checks made to ensure that the safety bolt has been securely engaged by jiggling the lever. The same procedure applies to the other side. To fold up the trampoline, the chains on one side must be disengaged on the same side as the hinge of the upper trampoline end section. To loosen the chain, a tug on the chain in the direction of the hinge is sufficient. The chains can only be properly disengaged if they are loose like this. The person dismantling the trampoline then lifts the leg section up in front of his hips and moves forwards. This tilts the trampoline in the vertical direction, but it can only tilt to the point where the leg section on the floor can be comfortably lifted past the leg section hanging downwards. If you go too far, you will no longer be able to grasp the leg section on the floor. After lifting the lower leg section, the trampoline tilts into the vertical position. Both leg sections are pushed down against the trampoline. The upper stand secures the lower one. It's important to ensure that the frame in the center of the trampoline clicks into the roller stand hook. The locking device also comes in a T-shape. It secures the frame more efficiently than the hook-shaped device. So that the chains are not in the way when the trampoline is being lowered, they must be tied up. The upper chain is brought through the lower chain and hooked up to itself. The same procedure is followed on both sides. When the trampoline is being lowered, the person conducting the assembly first grasps the lever of the lifting roller stand and secures it in this way. Now the red safety knob is pulled out. The lever is now disengaged and is moved to the side. It has to be held with both hands. Shortly before reaching the vertical position, the red safety knob must be pulled out again to be able to put the lever in a vertical position. The safety knob clicks in audibly. Check that it's properly engaged by jiggling it around. The second side is lowered in the same way. The new lifting roller stand, safe and comfort, dispense with the complicated lever system and are lifted up and down with the help of a hydraulic mechanism. After lowering, the trampoline can be moved away. The school trampoline shown in the following film is smaller than a competitive trampoline and has roller stands instead of lifting roller stands. This means there are several differences in its assembly and dismantling. If possible, assembly should be conducted by several people. 2 adults can comfortably transport a trampoline if one is pushing and the other steering, although the view is restricted on one side. If children are given clear instructions, they can also help in the transportation of the trampoline. While the supervisory adult pushes from behind, 2 children walk on the left and the right of the trampoline and guide its progress. They should walk closely behind the front wheel, but maintain sufficient distance from the rear roller stand to avoid injury. Assistants must stand on both sides of the trampoline to ensure an unrestricted view of the entire area in front of the trampoline. One person should always be responsible for supervision. The leg sections are folded out just as the competition trampoline. The person conducting the assembly first takes hold of the internal leg section and then the external leg section. The leg section together with the frame form a triangle and the trampoline is tilted by applying pressure on the upper leg section. The interior leg section is slowly placed on the floor and the center of the trampoline is tilted into the horizontal position as the leg section on the floor slides through underneath the trampoline. The leg section is received by the second assistant. The chains are extended into a taut position. Keeping the back straight, the more powerful assistant now raises the trampoline on one side, where the other removes the roller stand as quickly as possible. The trampoline is then released. Releasing it sooner would damage the roller stand after a while. This step is simpler if other experienced assistants are on hand. The trampoline is raised by 2 assistants while the others remove the roller stands. They must be given clear instructions in advance. Just as in the case of the competition trampoline, both end sections are now folded out. It should be noted that this trampoline is not as high or as heavy as the competition version. As 2 assistants push up the trampoline end sections from inside, they facilitate the lifting up from outside. Experienced participants can also be helpful, in particular with the second end sections, by grabbing hold of the footstands while the end sections are being folded out and pulling them downwards to make the process easier. They can also immediately engage the supporting struts. Finally, the 4 hinge protectors are fixed into place and the assembly is complete. When dismantling the trampoline, the first step is to open the hinge protectors. Then disengage the footstands. Care must be taken to ensure that the first end section does not flip over when it's being folded in. Both end sections are put down slowly and not allowed to fall. The roller stands are retrieved from the equipment room and inserted into the center of the trampoline. They are positioned at an angle, so that both assistants can then take hold of the trampoline at the leg sections. Lift it up, all the while keeping their backs as straight as possible. The roller stands swing into a vertical position. Experienced participants can also help with inserting the roller stands if need be. On the side of the hinge of the upper trampoline end section, the chains are now pulled taut by lifting one leg section. The trampoline is pushed away and tilted. Both assistants take hold of the leg section on the floor and lift it up. The trampoline tilts into the vertical position. Both leg sections are pushed down against the trampoline. The trampoline is then pushed into the equipment store. Care should be taken to ensure there is nothing in the way. A trampoline should only be stored away by adults or experienced participants. Not stopping in time or moving too rapidly into the equipment store can cause injury. Once a trampoline has been assembled, it must be secured. Firstly, vaulting boxes are positioned at the front and heights compared. Alternatively, as in our example, special safety platforms can be used. Then mats are placed on the boxes and the trampoline. Then more gym mats or vaulting mats are placed around the trampoline. In amateur sports practice, 2 trampolines in a row could be covered with gymnastic mats. As a manufacturer of trampolines, Eurotramp recommends the exclusive use of original accessories. Further information on original accessories can be found at www.eurotramp.com. The use of boxes as a medium for the overlaying of safety mats is not envisaged on the part of the manufacturer. However, the use of boxes as a substitute for the original safety platform by Eurotramp has been a common method for decades to secure the front sides of a trampoline in school sports practice. The possibility being demonstrated here is also recommended and accepted by German insurers. When using boxes and standard mats measuring 2 by 3 meters, great care must be taken to ensure that the mats are always placed correctly on the trampoline and on the box. This is the only way to guarantee safety when the equipment is in use. Standard gym vaulting boxes have a height of 1 meter 10. This is ideal for the safeguarding of school trampolines. However, in the case of competition trampolines, this box height means the safety mat is in a sloping position. A height of at least 1 meter 20 is required here. In order that the safety mats lie horizontally, 2 gym mats can be used to make up the height difference. Very small children can be assisted in their ascent and descent of the box by a set of steps. The initial session usually involves exercises to help students get used to the equipment. It's usual here to facilitate ascent via steps from one of the front sides. Trampolines for synchronized moves must be positioned at the same height and be placed at a distance of 2 meters from each other. Safety checks should be carried out before using the trampoline. The frame padding should be intact. The fixing straps should also be undamaged. The rubber cable in the upper section of the leg brace should be intact. They ensure that the leg brace remain firmly in the sockets. A trampoline bed is suspended by 118 steel springs. If a student jumps onto the springs, the open ends of the steel springs can cause injury. This is why these open ends must always be facing downwards. If the steel springs have been placed the wrong way around, or if they need to be replaced, then this should be undertaken immediately. When replacing a steel spring, it must first be disengaged on the frame side. This requires some force. It can then be easily removed from the bed side. It should first be secured to the bed side, taking care to ensure that the hook is pointing downwards. The spring is then secured to the frame. This again requires some force. Now the hook is pointing downwards. The 4 chains of a trampoline must all demonstrate the same level of tension so that the trampoline can perform to its optimal capacity. When fastening the chains, the tip of the hook should point downwards. The chain must be adjusted so that every second link is aligned the same way. The lock nuts and tension device must be properly tightened so that the chain alignment does not change. The tension of the chain can be checked by moving it backwards and forwards. In the case of older trampoline models, the stitches that bind the nylon bands of the bed together can be worn out. They should be checked at regular intervals. If the bands move apart when someone is jumping on the bed, injury cannot be ruled out. Safety. Before a participant steps onto a trampoline, several points must be explained. The most important is that the instructors can be sure that they will follow all instructions to the letter. This is the only way to avoid accidents and utilize the trampoline to its full capacity. Rule number 1. There is always only one person on the trampoline, unless otherwise instructed. Rule number 2. Safety is more important than jump height. Rule number 3. No one is allowed to try out a jump without permission. Rule number 4. No one is allowed to jump from the trampoline onto the ground. Rule number 5. All instructions to be carried out immediately. Rule number 6. There should be nothing and nobody underneath the trampoline unless this has been expressly ordered. Participants should wear appropriate clothing for the training session and take care to avoid anything that may potentially pose a danger or cause injury. Watches, chains, and other jewelry should be removed before the session. Small earrings can be worn. Long hair should be tied back. T-shirts must either be close-fitting or tucked into the trousers so that they don't restrict the vision of the participant or the instructor. Any pockets on tracksuits should be closed. What is the appeal of trampoline gymnastics? The energy of a jump can, for the most part, be taken into the next jump, meaning that energy is accrued, making it possible to attain heights unthinkable in everyday life. When the trampoline bed is pushed down to its lowest point, the jumper can extend legs and hips and force it down a little more, resulting in greater propulsion. This works until the energy lost during the jump into the bed is just as high as the energy that the jumper transfers to the bed by the extension of legs and hips. This principle of energy addition also applies when 2 or more participants jump on the trampoline at the same time. A medicine ball shows just how this countering effect works. If a second person tenses the trampoline bed shortly before the ball lands on it, the energy is transferred to the ball, which is then propelled unexpectedly high in the air. On the one hand, this phenomenon can present great dangers to inexperienced jumpers, but experienced jumpers and coaches can make good use of this effect, for example in the practice of particular types of games such as seat juggling, and when assistance is being offered by a coach. A competition trampoline is around 1.20 m high, and a school trampoline is around 1.10 m high. This means actually getting up onto the trampoline is difficult for smaller children. This problem can be addressed by a small box or set of box steps. Climbing up onto the trampoline without a box is best achieved by a taller participant if he places one hand to the side of the body and the other hand centrically in front of the body on the padded frame. Then the participant jumps up, swings a leg to the side where no hand is in the way. At the same time, the participant pushes up with both hands so that he is up on the padded frame. If the hand on the side where the leg initially swings around is not in front of the body, the participant knocks away the arm with the knee. A turn into the sitting position on the frame is also an effective method for taller participants. Getting off the trampoline is not strenuous, but not without an element of risk. The frame cover is slightly raised and thereby represents a tripping hazard. As the participants approach the edge of the trampoline bed, this is pushed further down by his weight so that the tripping hazard becomes even higher. For this reason, the participant should always raise his foot higher than usual and place it on the frame padding from above. After stepping on the cover, the participant places one or both hands on the frame padding and descends from the trampoline. Basic rule: at least one hand should be touching the cover when getting down from the trampoline. Of course, there's also the possibility of using a box step here. Familiarisation exercises. The trampoline bed stretches when you stand on it. This is the first thing that an inexperienced student must get used to because it feels very different to the floor. A popular and highly effective way of getting used to the trampoline is for participants to climb up onto the trampoline one after the other via a box step and copy the exercises. If 2 or more trampolines are available, they are positioned in a row behind one another. Participants must be informed of several basic rules. Rule number 1. There is always only one person on the trampoline, unless otherwise instructed. Rule number 2. Safety is more important than jump height. Rule number 3. No one is allowed to try out a jump without permission. Rule number 4. No one is allowed to jump from the trampoline onto the ground. Participants begin by walking at a normal pace over the trampoline, then more quickly. Walking backwards is a more difficult exercise for many people, with the unfamiliar surface of the bed making orientation harder. A second person on the bed makes the surface even more unsteady. Their arms linked together, the two cross the bed together. This exercise can also involve one of the two participants turning around and going backwards. The trampoline bed can also be crossed using dance moves such as the polonaise. Take care that no one is pushing when you climb down off the trampoline. The red lines on the trampoline bed are used as guidelines, with participants completing a circuit of the internal rectangle. This puts orientation ability on the bed to the test. When there are two trampolines, the direction of movement changes with the trampoline. The moonwalk provides an initial sense of the lightness of trampoline gymnastics. The participant crosses the bed with a bouncing step, ensuring that a maximum of 1 foot leaves the bed at any one time. An exercise known as the sewing machine playfully provides a sense of what it feels like to stop on the trampoline. It involves each leg pushing down the bed one at a time, but before the bed can transfer the energy back to the body, the knees are bent, thereby killing the momentum. The exercise becomes more difficult when students are instructed to conduct a full turn in the center of the bed. The direction of the turn can be altered on the second bed. An exercise known as John Wayne or rodeo riding also practices the stopping movement, but using two legs. It involves pushing down the bed with two legs and avoiding the rebound. The upper body should remain still if possible and not move forwards or backwards. At the end, the participant slaps both hands down on the bed without falling onto it. Stopping is practiced in this manner. The skiing exercises use the red lines as a piste. Participants jump between the lines in a slalom movement on both legs with feet together. This exercise also involves clapping the hands down on the bed at the end. Participants discover how difficult it is to conduct precisely targeted jumps in the following exercise, which involves jumping from the start of the bed onto the first line, onto the cross, onto the second line, and up to the front of the bed in a standing position. The trampoline can also be traversed in a sitting position. It's a chance for instructors to introduce the correct sitting position at this stage. Participants begin bouncing in a seated position and move by pushing off forwards with the hands. This can also be seen as an introduction to the seat drop. Participants may feel a little dizzy when carrying out the next exercise, tree trunk rolls. Sidewards rolls are performed crosswise to the bed. The direction should be altered on the second trampoline. This exercise gives participants their first tummy and back contact with the bed as they rotate around the longitudinal axis of the body. As long as the standard of participants' forward rolls has been checked on the floor in advance, these can also be performed on the trampoline. Students are required to conduct 2 or 3 forward rolls on each trampoline, which means they must try and carry them out with little momentum. The first head-first movements on the trampoline are performed in this manner. Backward rolls are not allowed. After several exercises without a partner, one exercise with a partner can now be introduced. The partners stand in front of each other and grasp each other on the lower arms. The arms are tensed. The two swing their arms in a regular rhythm until the swinging builds up to a jump. Once the partner jumps are working well, the two can also begin turning around each other. The direction of the turn can also be varied. This is a way of giving participants a sense of what it's like to have a second person on the trampoline, something that is frequently the case in methodical exercise series. As preparation for a jump or an exercise, the straight jump is the most important jump in trampolining. Its quality defines the quality of the ensuing jump. The height and the quality of the straight jump depend on interplay of legs, body and arms. The arms are stretched upwards above the head, while legs and hips are bent and extended. It's the timing of each individual movement that's crucial here. Let's take a closer look at those individual movements. Knee and hip joints are slightly bent for landing. For landing on the trampoline bed, the feet are placed down flat and hip-width apart, so the hip, knee and foot joints are aligned exactly above each other in the plane of motion, thereby optimally distributing the weight of the body. During the initial jump on the trampoline bed, the knees and hips are gradually straightened. The upper body is straightened up until the lowest point has been reached. The eyes are directed towards the end of the trampoline bed. As the upwards movement of the trampoline bed begins, the body is straightened up completely. The bent arms are pulled up closely to the body. The feet push themselves off strongly from the foot joints as the body leaves the trampoline bed. Immediately after leaving the trampoline bed, the legs are closed and the toes pushed downwards. This is described, rather incorrectly anatomically speaking, as a stretching of the foot. The arms continue to be extended upwards. Shortly before the upper point of return, the arms reach the extension of the body and stop for a moment until the downwards movement begins. The participant brings the straight arms down outwards from the body. The arms must not go past the line of the body though. Hips and knees are slightly bent before landing, and the feet set hip-width apart. The upper body is slightly inclined forwards. The body is stretched out for the next jump. There are many different arm postures when conducting the straight jump. The downward movement is the same in all variants of the jump, but when moving the arms upwards, the posture can differ. When carrying out the left-hand form, the arms are bent closely against the body and pulled into the body extension. With the middle form, the arms are extended in front of the body during the upwards movement. When conducting the third variation, the arms are extended outwards from the body and lifted up into the body extension. The first variation is from a biomechanical perspective the most effective, but it often presents beginners with difficulties. The second form is easier to learn, but can cause uncertainties and incorrect posture when the jumps attain greater heights. The third form is the most difficult and is rarely executed. All variations have one thing in common. Both coaches and students need to have patience when practicing the right movement. The exercises must be repeated regularly, but not over-practiced. Generally, beginners find it difficult to achieve the right coordination of arm and leg movements. For this reason, the complex overall movement is divided up into leg and arm movements. To learn the leg movement, the hands are supported on the hips so that the participant can concentrate on the leg work. The restricted freedom of the arms also forces the participant to keep the upper body upright and calm. This requires a great deal of practice. When practicing leg work, special care should be taken to ensure that the legs are closed shortly after the takeoff jump and the toes are pushed downwards. The legs are only placed hip-width apart again shortly before landing. After concentrating on the leg work for a while, attention is turned to arm posture. The legs can be neglected for the time being. Because beginners do not usually jump very high, it's not possible to maintain the arms above the head as required. The two movements are then brought together. The participant begins with the leg work. The hands are supported on the hips. When the leg rhythm is correct, the arms are introduced in the manner that's been practiced. Before a single jump, the arms are normally held upright. When conducting the last straight jump before the single jump, the arms are no longer brought down for landing, but positioned vertically over the shoulders. Arms are also raised in jump combinations. From a coordination point of view, it's simpler for beginners to permanently maintain the arms in an upright position. The disadvantage of this is that it requires good body musculature and that especially high jumps are not feasible. When conducting higher jumps, the arms are brought up above the head during the last straight jump before the single jump, brought down laterally to the body shortly before the upper reversal point, and finally positioned again back up in line with the body during the downward movement. The coordination of arm and leg movements is very difficult for small children to learn. As an alternative to a target movement, a variation that allows for a slower arm movement can be utilized. This involves positioning the arms straight up above the head with every second straight jump, alternating with placing the arms against the body. This approach is, however, not suited to high jumps. In order to practice the arm positioning, the movements follow a rhythmic pattern by following 3 straight jumps with a straight jump with straight arms. The sequence should be repeated 10 times. Errors committed when conducting the straight jump are usually due to the participant's lack of experience or carelessness. Closing the legs is not a question of physical capability, but a question of routine and due care and attention. Students can be forced to keep their legs closed by placing an object between the feet. If not enough time is devoted to correct arm posture at the outset, errors manifest themselves and are difficult to correct. Irregular arm posture must be corrected by referring to the brief cessation of movement at the upper reversal point. The term arm circle should generally be avoided, as it conjures up an incorrect impression of how the movement should be carried out. Should the rhythm of the arm movement not fit the jump movement, experienced participants can readjust the movement. In competition in particular, it's important to be able to suddenly intercept the momentum of a jump. In order for this to happen, the legs must be almost straight in the downward movement, just as in a normal straight jump, but when the reverse movement sets in, the legs are suddenly bent and the upper body inclined forwards. This expels the energy from the trampoline bed, and the participant remains still. Basic jumps are the jumps aside from the straight jump that include neither somersault nor twist rotations and that use a takeoff from the feet and also use the feet for landing. These include the tuck jump, the straddle jump, and the pike jump. Of the 3 basic jumps, the tuck is the easiest. It can already be introduced during the first session. Like all basic jumps, the tuck is performed with upright arms. The body is straight during the climbing phase. The legs are closed immediately after the takeoff jump. Shortly before the highest point, the legs are suddenly tucked, the knees remain closed, the hands grasp the shins directly beneath the knees. The feet are pointed. Arms are positioned against the legs. The tuck position is captured at the upper reverse point, between the upper and lower leg, just as between the upper body and the thighs. The angle is 45 degrees or smaller. The back is straight, the head aligned with the backbone. Shortly after the highest point, the legs and hips are suddenly straightened at the same time. The upper body is straightened up, the arms stretched out sidewards and brought down against the body. Shortly before landing, the arms disengage from the body and are raised above the head as an extension of the body as it sinks down into the trampoline bed. In the case of great uncertainty, the tuck can initially be practiced from the standing position. During initial attempts, the arms are pulled up from below and positioned upright, ready for the takeoff jump in ensuing attempts. A good start jump should be aimed for as quickly as possible. The positioning of the arms during the body extension is difficult to coordinate. For this reason, beginners can bring the arms directly into the upright position during the straightening of the body out of the tuck position. To learn how a tuck is performed in a jump combination, straight jumps are introduced between the tuck jumps. Frequent repetition is required. In the next step, the straight jumps are left out. The resulting time pressure means that the quality of the jumps suffers. A high number of repetitions with corresponding corrective work are required. During the first attempts to carry out a tuck, the heels are often pulled up to the buttocks and the knees are not pulled up in front of the chest. Instructors should issue the command, "knee to the chest" here. During the tuck jump, most children do not pay attention to their feet and pull their toes upwards. If they're reminded about foot posture several times, the error is usually easy to correct. If the tuck is initiated directly after the takeoff jump despite adequate jump height, a feeling for the upper reverse point must be improved. To do this, the participant conducts several consecutive straight jumps and calls out "hop" at each reverse point. Immediate feedback is provided by the coach or other experienced participant. If the tuck is initiated early, the arms fall down forwards out of the upright position and cause the participant to tip forwards during landing. Posture errors can occur despite a stable tuck jump. Beginners often don't close the legs, meaning that the tuck is conducted with open knees. If instructions do not succeed in solving the problem, the participant is given a piece of foam rubber to place between the knees during the build-up jumps that must not be allowed to fall when carrying out the tuck jump. If the participant places the hands on the knees instead of gripping around the shins, a reminder of the correct positioning is usually sufficient. The straddle jump is similar to the tuck jump in terms of ease. Here, the flexibility of the legs is of crucial significance to the quality of the jump. Like the tuck jump, the straddle can be introduced during the first session on the trampoline. Like all basic jumps, the straddle is performed with the arms in a straight line above the head. In the climbing phase, the body is straight. The legs are closed immediately after the takeoff. Shortly before the highest point, the legs are suddenly straddled but remain extended. The straddle position is reached at the upper reverse point. The legs are parallel to the trampoline bed, the fingertips touch the straightened toes, and the arms are straight. The back is straight, the head aligned with the spine. The angle between the thighs is at least 90 degrees. Shortly after the highest point, the legs are suddenly closed and the hips simultaneously straightened. The upper body is straightened up. The arms are stretched out to the sides and positioned against the body. Shortly before the landing, the arms disengage from the body and are raised above the head with an extension of the body as the feet come down onto the trampoline bed. The positioning of the arms during the body extension is difficult to coordinate. For this reason, just as with the tuck jump, beginners can bring the arms directly into the upright position during the straightening of the body out of the straddle position. Owing to the lack of jump height while learning the straddle jump, a straightened climbing phase is usually not possible. The straddle movement then begins immediately after the takeoff jump and ends shortly before landing. To learn how the straddle jump is performed in a jump combination, straight jumps are introduced between the straddle jumps. In the next step, the straight jumps are left out. The resulting time pressure means that the quality of the jumps suffers. A high number of repetitions with corresponding corrective work is required. The task is made additionally difficult by changing to other types of jump. The introduction of a half twist, for example, results in some uncertainty and calls on the participant to perform clean jumps. Fear of not having enough time to conduct the straddle movement often means it's initiated too early. This often results in the upper body tilting forwards, which makes for a shaky landing. Instructors should issue the commands, "Jump just as you would for a straight jump," or "Don't start the straddle movement until you're high up in the air." When the legs are brought upwards and the upper body makes no counter movement, the participant tips backwards. Landing on the back like this is dangerous. Instructors can issue the command, "Touch your toes," to force the participant to tilt the body forwards. If the knees are bent during a straddle jump, instructors should remind participants of the correct posture. The straddle position may have to be practiced in the meantime on the floor in a sitting position. Mostly the problem is caused by a lack of leg flexibility. A lack of leg flexibility often results in an angle between the thighs that is less than 90 degrees. In the case of gymnastic deficiencies in the leg area, any attempt to touch the toes with the fingers often means the distance is shortened by pulling up the toes. Apart from work to improve flexibility, the instruction, "Don't touch your toes, just your ankles," can help the participant to focus on straightening the feet. In contrast to the tuck and straddle jump, most participants find even the most basic form of the pike jump difficult in the beginning. It should not necessarily be introduced in the first session. Like all basic jumps, the pike jump is begun with arms in the upright position over the head. The body is straight in the climbing phase. And the legs are closed immediately after the takeoff jump. Shortly before the highest point, the body is suddenly piked at the hips, legs and feet remain straight. The pike position is attained at the upper reverse point. The legs are parallel to the trampoline bed, the fingertips touch the stretched out toes, the arms are stretched. The back is as straight as possible, the head aligned with the spine. Shortly after the highest point, the hips are suddenly straightened. The upper body is straightened up. The arms are stretched and raised above the head and remain there until landing. The positioning of the arms during the straightening of the body, just as it's usual for the tuck and straddle jump, is possible, but for biomechanical reasons often leads to the participant landing on the back. Good leg flexibility is a prerequisite for the pike jump. The movement can be prepared by deep bends in the standing and sitting position on the floor. The pike is learned in its entirety. Owing to the lack of jump height while learning the pike jump, A straightened climbing phase is usually impossible. The pike movement then begins immediately after the takeoff jump and also ends shortly before the landing. To learn how to perform pike jump in a jump combination, straight jumps are introduced between the pike jumps. In the next step, the straight jumps are left out. The resulting time pressure means the quality of the jump suffers. A high number of repetitions with corresponding corrective work is required. The task is made additionally difficult by changing to other types of jump. The introduction of a half twist, for example, results in some uncertainty and calls on the participant to perform clean jumps. If the knees are bent during a pike jump, instructors should remind participants of the correct posture. The pike position may have to be practiced in the meantime on the floor in a sitting position. Mostly the problem is caused by a lack of leg flexibility. In the case of gymnastic deficiencies in the leg area, any attempt to touch the toes with the fingers often means the distance is shortened by pulling up the toes. Apart from work to improve flexibility, the instruction, "Don't touch your toes, just your ankles," can help the participant to focus on straightening the feet. There are two possible causes of an open pike position: a lack of leg flexibility or a cautious jump for fear of not being able to complete the movement. Fear of not having enough time to conduct the pike movement often means it's initiated too early. This often results in the upper body tilting forwards, which makes for a shaky landing. Instructors should issue the commands, "Jump just as you would for a straight jump," or "Don't start the pike movement until you're high up in the air." When the legs are brought upwards and the upper body makes no counter movement, the participant tips backwards. Landing on the back like this is dangerous. Instructors can issue the command, "Touch your toes," to force the participant to tilt the body forwards. Unlike the tuck or straddle jump, it's awkward to bring the arms down to the sides when stretching out of the pike position. By way of an apparent rotation, the participant ends up in a backward position when bringing the arms down. Rotations around the body's longitudinal axis are described in trampolining as twists. Most beginners are unaware that they've integrated a half twist into their first jump attempts, and this movement can be practiced during the first session on the trampoline. The full twist is considerably harder to jump and does not usually work out right away, but it can be attempted at a very early stage. A key factor in later jumps with twists is that the preferred twist direction is determined early on. There is no infallible method, but trying out different ways usually brings about an accurate result. If the half twist is performed with the arms pulled up from below, the arms can either be brought up bent and close to the body, or stretched and taken up above the head. Just as in all other jumps, the arms should, however, be extended straight upwards at the start. This technique is slightly more difficult than the arm pull-up from below. but it's in keeping with the general technique for jump transitions. When learning the half twist, it's easiest to pull the arms up from below. This variation can be selected at first. Landing with the arms down is also a simpler version of the jump and should only be accepted in the early training stages. The jump is begun with arms extended straight upwards. The legs are closed after the takeoff jump. The feet are stretched. The twist momentum must be controlled from the start to ensure that exactly a half twist has been completed upon landing. The landing is conducted like the takeoff jump with arms extended upwards and slightly open legs. There are several ways to determine the twist direction. One is to turn over from the back onto the stomach. The space around the participant should be similar on both the left and right. The coach must on no account stand in the participant's line of vision. He should stand at his head or feet and issue the signal to turn from there. Another method is to compare the quality of twists to the left and right. This involves the participant standing on the trampoline facing the coach and trying to jump a half or full twist from the standing position. After 2 attempts on the left and 2 on the right, a decision can be taken as to the preferred direction. To improve the stability of the twist, several consecutive twists interspersed with intermediary jumps are performed. The arms are, as a rule, permanently extended upwards, but can, however, be pulled up from below in the early training stages. The technique can be further ingrained by practicing it in combination with other jumps. Simple basic jumps are a good choice here. Carelessness often results in participants leaving the legs open. Reminders from the coach can solve this problem. The most frequently observed phenomenon is the wrong twist momentum, while one participant does not twist far enough. Another will go too far. The coach does not usually need to make any reference to this, and students usually solve the problem through independent practice. Unlike the half twist, the full twist is not necessarily learned during the first session on the trampoline. A bad attempt can lead to a fall, a jump onto the side, or a sprained ankle or knee. A stable execution is important. The arms are stretched upwards for the takeoff jump. The twist impulse comes from the feet, hips and shoulders do not rotate. The arms are extended vertically up against the head. The legs are closed immediately after the takeoff jump, the feet stretched. Shortly before landing, the legs are opened to hip width, the feet aligned in a straight position, hips and knees slightly bent. The full twist only differs from the half twist in the twist momentum. From a technical point of view, there is no difference. Rather than a takeoff jump with arms extended upwards above the head, a takeoff jump into the twist is more stable if the arms are pulled up from below, as the pull-up can help with balance. Before the first attempt, the twist direction must be checked with the help of a basic half-twist jump. The twist direction must always be the same. The participant, in our example, twists to the left. It is difficult for beginners to perform a full twist with arms extended upwards, as the body can easily tilt out of the vertical position. Initially, pulling the arms up from below is a good way of getting a feel for the twist. The switch to a twist with arms extended upwards should be made as early as possible. The preparatory stage is shortened as a way of stabilizing the twist by only allowing the integration of one intermediary jump. The exercise can be conducted with arms extended upwards, or with arms pulled up from below. Another variation as a way of stabilizing the twist is to integrate a basic jump into the twist series. The correct body posture for the twist is distinguished by a straight line from the fingertips to the tips of the toes. The arms are often not held vertically, but slightly tilted forwards. This means the body tilts sideways. If a participant loses body tension during the twist, this is usually caused by a tilting of the body due to incorrect arm posture or incorrect initiation of the twist. Beginners in particular often initiate the twist with their shoulders, which means the hips rotate against the shoulders, resulting in an inharmonious movement. This error is easily corrected by a reminder from the coach. Occasionally, the upper body tilts slightly to the side during initiation of a twist, pushing the participant out of the vertical position. The initiation must originate from the ankles. Carelessness is usually the reason for an open leg posture. Usually, this error can be corrected by instruction. In some cases, additional floor exercises may be required. Twist momentum is usually not under control in the early stages. But after a little practice, participants soon acquire a feeling for this. The seat drop can be varied in many different ways. Beginners like to allow themselves to fall into the sitting position even if they're not asked to do so. This is perfectly safe to do from a low jump height and quickly leads on to a basic form of the seat drop. The seat drop can be rapidly improved with increasing practice. When conducting a seat drop in its correct form, the arms are extended upwards above the head. The body remains completely straight until it reaches the upper reverse point and attains a slight backward tilt. Body posture remains unchanged from the takeoff to the upper reverse point. For the downward movement, the outstretched arms are brought down in front of the body, the hips bent, the upper body remains slightly tilted backwards. At the moment of landing, the legs are placed down flat, the upper body has a slight backward tilt, and the hands are positioned diagonally under the buttocks and placed on the trampoline bed, the fingertips pointing towards the feet. When the body hits the trampoline bed, it creates a funnel-shaped dip. The arms must remain relaxed and bent at this point. If the arms are straight, the participant is propelled forwards. At the lowest point, the upper body is still slightly tilted backwards, but the back and head are straight. One variation of the seat drop allows the hands to be placed down alongside the thighs. Although the sitting position is stable, there is considerable risk of falling forwards onto the feet. The pressure on the lumbar spine can be increased. Most participants perform the seat drop straight away. It can also be easily prepared on a gym mat. The participant bounces on the trampoline in the sitting position in order to get a feeling for the seated landing. To practice managing the propulsion from the trampoline bed, the participant jumps into the standing position after several seated landings. Then the participant allows himself to fall into the sitting position from the standing position and immediately afterwards jumps back onto his feet. The feet must be pushed forwards for the seat drop. A slight backward tilt is necessary. What starts out as a swinging movement gradually becomes a light jumping movement. After several successful attempts, the arms are extended upwards during the lead-up jump and the exercise repeated. In order to enforce a minimum jump height, another jump is added after the jump into the standing position. For example, a tuck jump. At first, beginners are cautious about adopting the required tilt position in the air. This results in the heels landing before the buttocks. The upper body usually moves over the legs, which are then often bent. In this case, the participant should be issued with the instruction, push your hips and feet forward at takeoff, or you have to be slightly tilted up in the air. Beginners often end up on their backs when practicing the seat drop. There are two possible reasons for this. The participant performs the last straight jump leaning slightly forwards and ends up in a backward tilting position already before the takeoff jump. The trainer instructs the participant to hold the last straight jump on the spot and to perform a vertical takeoff jump. Another trigger for the backward movement can also be the hips moving backwards due to a lack of body tension. This problem can be addressed with the instruction to perform a strong takeoff jump, as well as tension exercises on the floor. Jumping with open legs is not a technical, but an aesthetic problem. The problem can be corrected by a short instruction, as well as tension exercises on the floor. Participants can be forced to keep the legs crossed by placing a piece of foam rubber between the feet. Fear of not attaining the seat position at the right time leads many participants to bend the hips too early. Performance can be improved by a high number of repetitions and the instruction to keep the body stretched in a straight line. If the backward tilt is initiated too early on during the takeoff jump, the sloping position is so extreme that the upper body is also too far back during landing. Learning the seat drop leads naturally on to practicing the jump to feet at the same time. The exercise can be realized in the first practice session. When standing up, the participant propels himself strongly from the trampoline bed with his hands. The upper body remains slightly tilted backwards. Immediately after the propulsion, the hips are straightened. The arms are straightened upwards and pulled up forwards into a vertical position. At the highest point, the body is completely straight and tilted slightly backwards. The same position as for the seat drop. The body posture does not change until just before the landing. The hips and knee joints are bent, The arms remain outstretched above the head. In order to facilitate a more powerful takeoff jump for a follow-on jump, the arms can be pulled up forwards after the propulsion, brought down to the sides of the body before the highest point, and positioned back above the head for landing. For participants who only attain a low jump height, the arms can be brought down to the sides of the body directly after the propulsion from the trampoline bed and positioned back above the head for the downwards movement. To stabilize the jump to the standing position, a follow-on jump is included in training. When standing up out of the sitting position, many participants tilt the upper body forwards, which then brings the entire body into a forward lean. If the participant swings the arms out in front and pulls them right up over the head, the error is corrected. The instruction can also be given to tilt the body backwards when standing up. If the hand propulsion from the trampoline bed is too weak, the participant ends up slanted backwards when standing up. The instruction to push off with more power is enough to correct this problem. If the body is tilted too far forward during a seat drop, this can cause the legs to fly upwards and result in the body tipping over backwards. The participant must not actively raise the legs during a seat drop. A good way of describing the ideal landing technique is to encourage the participant to imagine that the hollow of his knees is the first part of the leg to make contact with the bed. This error seldom occurs, but sometimes the participant overstretches the body when standing up. A slightly more relaxed overall movement and maintaining muscle tension in the stomach prevent this overstretch. Types of landings such as the seat drop, back drop, and front drop can be combined with twists. The simplest variety is the jump from a sitting position with a half twist to feet. This can be introduced at an early stage. The propulsion from the sitting position must be powerful to facilitate the twist with an early body stretch. This stretch position is maintained until shortly before landing. Then hips and knees are bent for landing. The movement is stabilized by adding a follow-on jump. Participants usually learn the jump in its entirety, but if this method does not work, the twist movement is divided up. Most participants arrive at a half twist very quickly by way of a gradual build-up. Errors committed when conducting the half twist from the sitting position are usually the result of a bad jump from the sitting position to feet, for example due to weak hand propulsion from the bed. Once this is improved, it also solves the problem arising in the target jump. If there is no hand propulsion, the participant ends up tilting backwards and leaves out the twist, or lands after the half twist with a heavy forward inclination. This error is usually only committed once and must not be corrected. If the upper body is bent forwards during the propulsion, this also usually means the twist is left out, or the participant ends up with a heavy backward inclination during landing. In this case too, the jump to feet without twist must be improved, then the target movement is also usually improved. The seat drop can be combined with a half twist. This jump is not difficult to learn and can be practiced during early training sessions. The twist is initiated from the ankles directly from the trampoline bed. The body is slightly inclined forwards. The body stretch is maintained until past the upper reverse point, until the end of the half twist. The hips are not bent until after the twist during the descent. The arms are brought back down. The legs are placed down horizontally during landing. The upper body is slightly inclined backwards. The head is straight. The hands are placed down diagonally over the buttocks, with the fingertips pointing forwards. As preparation for the half twist into the sitting position, no trampoline is required. The jump can also be prepared on a gym mat. On the trampoline, the exercise can be repeated from the standing position. Then, a light swinging movement gradually becomes a light jumping movement. Most participants learn the half twist into the sitting position in one step. If learning the entire jump at the same time does not work, the twist is divided up into sections. Firstly, the participant does not land on the trampoline in an extended position, but turns before the jump an eighth of a twist against his usual twist direction. Then the participant jumps with a part twist into the sitting position so that he lands in the usual seated position. The pre-turning before the jump is gradually increased until the half twist has been attained. When the jump is being executed correctly, the feet are pushed backwards to achieve the necessary presentation. The inclined position is often attained by pushing the upper body forwards. A reminder that the feet should be taken backwards is often sufficient. Otherwise, the takeoff point in the direction of the padded floor is relocated to restrict the landing area. If the twist momentum is not correct, the participant lands on the trampoline in a slanting position. A high number of repetitions quickly solves the problem. The same procedure is appropriate when the twist momentum is too great. If the slanting position before the seated landing is too slight, this forces an early pike position. This then leads to the twist movement being interrupted, which means the participant lands at an angle on the trampoline bed. The problem is solved by improving the initial slanting position. If the slanting position is too slight, this can also mean that the upper body moves over the legs during landing. A reminder that the slanting position needs to be greater yields a better jump quality after several attempts. When conducting a jump from the seated position with a half twist into the seated position, this combines two seated landings in one jump for the first time. Theoretically, the jump can be repeated indefinitely, although the jump height diminishes quickly as there's no real takeoff jump. The takeoff is performed from the sitting position with a powerful push-off. The hips are extended early, the arms brought up straight above the head. The twist is initiated with the takeoff. A quarter twist is completed at the upper reverse point. The body is in a vertical position up in the air. During the downward movement, the arms remain where they are until the half twist has been completed. The body inclines slightly backwards. The arms are brought down forwards and the hips are bent. The hands are placed diagonally under the buttocks for landing. The upper body leans slightly backwards. Prerequisite is the seat drop with a half twist to feet. Helpful is the half twist from the standing into the sitting position. The second part of the latter is very similar to the second part of the target jump. When the preconditions have been met, the jump can be learned in its entirety. If the quality of the jump is bad, the partial learning method can be applied. On no account is assistance required. The participant performs a half twist to feet from the sitting position. The momentum is completely killed on landing, and the participant allows himself to fall into the sitting position. He is not allowed to actively jump. The length of the pause between landing and falling is gradually reduced so that the transition becomes fluid and the target jump is soon achieved. Most participants try to initiate the twist with the arms, not with the hips. This involves not raising the arms above the head, but winding them around the body against the twist direction. Interspersed seat drops with a half twist to feet helps to develop a sense of how a twist should be initiated. Fear of not being able to complete the movement or not being able to pass under the body with the feet means some participants dispense with stretching the hips. A half twist from the sitting position to feet is also a good way of developing a sense of jump height and time available to perform the movement. A slight backward inclination is necessary before a seated landing. In combination with a half twist, a position must first be attained that becomes a slight backward inclination after the half twist. Fear of tipping forwards means many participants push themselves too weakly off the bed with their hands and end up with the upper body over the legs for the seated landing. Landing on the back is a methodical intermediate step for many jumps in the discipline, making it an important element of techniques that are introduced at a later stage. For this reason, special care must be taken to issue technically correct instructions at the outset. In everyday scenarios, no one would voluntarily allow themselves to fall onto their back from a great height. This is why most beginners approach the backdrop with a sense of fear, and misjudged reactions should be expected. Prerequisites for this jump are a good sense of the trampoline bed and strength in the muscles of the neck and hips. Arms are extended upwards for the takeoff. Hips are pushed upwards. The legs are closed immediately after takeoff, the feet extended. The body is slightly overextended in the climbing phase. The arms are retained in an extended position close against the head. The body turns backwards. At the upper reverse point, the body has completed slightly less than a quarter somersault turn. The body extension is, according to jump height, incorporated into the downwards movement. Shortly before the landing, the hips are bent with the back held straight, the arms are stretched out and lowered in front of the body. Arms and legs are almost vertical on landing. The head is slightly raised. As the trampoline bed is pushed down, the hips sink slightly lower than the shoulders. The angle between hips and thighs must be reduced to less than 90 degrees so that they remain in the vertical position. With respect to the more difficult jumps from the back position with many somersault rotations, the variation with the head in the trampoline bed is most common. Instead of bringing the chin down to the chest for landing, the back of the head is placed on the trampoline bed. The danger with beginners is that when they stand up, they throw their head backwards. In order to generate a sense of the extended body posture during the jump, it's tried out in a reclining position on a push-in mat. The pelvis is slightly raised. The arms lie stretched over the head on the mat. The legs are tightly closed. The arms must be positioned right up against the head. Jumping onto the back from the standing position means overcoming a number of hindrances. Usually, during the first attempts, the hips are bent and too little rotation is incorporated. The landing position on the trampoline bed has to be explained to the participant who adopts it on the push-in mat. According to the preferred variation, care must be taken to ensure that the head is either raised or lying on the trampoline bed. Landing with angled hips can then be attempted. The participant must ensure that the rotation has sufficient impetus. The jump to the floor can be practiced with a very soft floor mat. Both variations, the extended and angled landing position, are very similar to each other during the first part of the jump. The differences only become apparent during the downward movement. So that when the participant is angling the hips, he does not lose that sense of an upward push of the hips in the first part of the jump, both variations can initially be practiced alternately. Once the takeoff from the push-in mat is under control, the mat is inserted from the side. After several secure attempts, the mat is only used on spec. This requires a good eye and reaction from the instructor. The fear of falling backwards is dealt with by setting up the seat drop from behind. First, the participant practices bouncing in the back position. This technique requires a great deal of practice and good stomach muscles. As long as the exercise is not stable, only small jump heights are attained. The danger of injury is very slight. Once the back bouncing is under control, the participant can try to stand up. A soft floor mat can serve as a material aid. But the participant can also jump to the feet without help. Participants soon develop a sense of what it's like to land on the back. Most participants gradually find the courage to jump onto the back. Immediate corrective work must take place to ensure the execution is accurate. Bouncing on the back as a warm-up exercise for the backdrop must function flawlessly. Most beginners allow the lower leg to fall upon landing, which leads to a forward rotation and causes the participant to land more on the pelvis or even in a sitting position. The movement must be intensively practiced, as it can later serve as a technical aid. A backward rotation can be very easily generated by pushing the shoulders back. The participant loses height and lands behind the takeoff point. To avoid this, the instructor issues the command, "Push your stomach up towards the ceiling," or as an overcorrection, jump the backdrop forwards. An effective method is to restrict the landing area by not allowing the participant to take off from the middle of the trampoline bed, but rather with the back closer to the safety mat. The sloping position before the jump has a similar effect to pushing back the shoulders. If the participant jumps forwards during the last straight jump, he finds himself in a backward position and is thrown up by the bed to the back. Even if the feet are only slightly offset forwards, the effects are very clear. The landing is again behind the takeoff point, the loss in height not so pronounced. Because the backdrop is not something that can be viewed as a routine movement, many participants are afraid to let themselves fall on their backs. For this reason, the takeoff is decelerated, resulting in a loss of height. The problem can be solved by a large number of repetitions. Practicing from a standing position can help to intensify the takeoff movement. A beginner is initially unable to estimate how much rotation he requires for a good backdrop. So as not to over-rotate and land on his neck, he usually turns with too little momentum. Instinctively, the hips are bent too early to obtain sufficient rotation for a good landing. Just how much momentum is required is something that must be learned by numerous repetitions of the exercise. Instructors must repeatedly remind participants to carry out a long extension in the first part of the jump. Awareness of this long extension can be generated by practicing the extended back position on a push-in mat. During the learning phase, participants often do not pay attention to their leg posture. This leads to the participant simply letting them fall during landing, thereby preventing a good follow-on jump. Often, a corrective instruction suffices, but sometimes a special exercise to generate awareness of leg posture can be helpful. The participant conducts a backdrop and tries immediately to land on the back a second time. This only works if the legs are held in a vertical position during the first landing on the back. The legs cannot be held up if the participant lands first with the buttocks or the pelvis. A landing of this nature is caused by too little somersault momentum. The pushing up of the hips must be improved. This may require instruction. Many repetitions are necessary. The extended body posture can also be improved here by a backdrop with extended landing on the push-in mat. Through alternating landings in extended and angled back positions, a feeling is developed for the differing amounts of momentum required. Learning the backdrop is inextricably bound up with learning the jump to feet. Learning the basic form of this jump is very easy, but a technically clean execution is not. But a clean technique is very important for jumps that will be mastered later. In the back position, the legs are almost vertical. The arms are parallel to the legs. The head is, according to technique, raised or lying on the trampoline bed. When the bed is pushed down, the hip angle is slightly reduced. At the end of the upwards movement of the bed, the hips are extended. The arms continue to point up towards the ceiling by opening the angle between the body and the arms. The shoulders and back of the head are the last parts of the body to leave the bed. The hips are completely stretched shortly after leaving the bed. The arms are at the same time placed above the head. The head is straight. This initiates a forward rotation. The extension is maintained in this position until shortly before landing, when the knees and hips are bent for landing. The landing is executed with arms straight above the head. The rotation required for the jump to feet is initiated by a powerful swing and stop of the legs from the back position. If there is no swing and stop of the legs, this could be caused by a flawed landing on the back or the wrong timing. Many repetitions are necessary here. If the swing and stop of the legs is too weak, this will also prevent the correct execution of a jump to feet. The error can be corrected by the instruction to perform a powerful push-off with the shoulders, or by practicing gymnastic tipping movements on the floor or other apparatus. If the timing of a swing and stop of the legs is wrong, this can have exactly the opposite effect. If it's initiated too early, the participant rotates too far and over-twists. Falling forwards is not without risk, as landing with the hands on bed can lead to injury. The instruction can be issued here to look over the feet up to the ceiling while landing on the back, and then to push the feet upwards towards the ceiling. A powerful propulsion can be forced by reducing the height of the backdrop jump. This is the case when bouncing on the back. The participant must attain rotation and jump height through the propulsion. With a double back landing, The participant can be forced to hold the legs during the landing on the back. Intensive practice soon pays off. If the previous backdrop has too little rotation, the legs are not vertical on landing, but too flat. They cannot usually be held for sufficient time in this position, and the body is then thrown into a forward rotation. The backdrop must be improved in this case. Uncertainty leads some participants to draw up the legs before the landing. As confidence increases, they can concentrate more on the leg posture, but they must be repeatedly reminded of this until it's automatic. In comparison to the jump to feet from the back, the half twist to feet is easier to perform. Problems regulating the momentum are easier to address. A prerequisite for the jump is a good backdrop and the jump to feet from the back. As the bed is pushed down to its lowest point, the legs are vertical, the arms parallel to the legs. According to technique, the head is raised or lying on the bed. The body posture does not change significantly during the upward movement. The hips are suddenly extended shortly before leaving the bed. The last parts of the body to leave the bed are the shoulders and head, which initiates a forward rotation. The body is completely extended in the climbing phase. The head is straight. The arms are raised vertically above the head. The body straightens up. Body posture is maintained until shortly before landing, when the hips and knees are bent. The variation with arms down at the sides is also widely practiced. Changing the posture of the arms can result in technical errors occurring when learning other jumps at a later stage. The jump is usually mastered in its entirety, but if problems do arise, the twist can be divided up into sections, beginning with an eighth twist, then a quarter twist, then 3/8 of a twist, and finally the half twist. If the hips are not extended, participants often help themselves by allowing themselves to tip over to the side without an extension. This means the landing takes place on the edge of the bed. An early hip extension must be practiced, then viewed from the longitudinal direction. The jump remains in the center of the bed. Learning the jump in sections can be a helpful method here. If the hip extension is too weak or is carried out too late, the momentum will not be sufficient to bring the upper body into the vertical position. This means the participant lands in a forward position after the twist. Improving the jump to feet without a twist generates a greater feeling for the push-off from the back and thereby also helps improve the jump with half twist. In the case of too many somersault rotations caused by an over-powerful but mostly simply too early push-off from the bed, the upper body tips past the vertical position so that after the half twist, the participant lands on his back or even falls backwards. This situation also requires work on regulating momentum with a great number of repetitions. If the half twist is not completed, despite a good hip extension and good momentum regulation, it's usually due to the fact that the twist movement has been initiated too late. The right moment to push one side of the hips over into a twist direction is the push-off from the bed. A feeling for this usually comes after just a few attempts. Many participants try to compensate for their carelessness or incorrect momentum by bending their knees, for example, which is one of the most frequent errors. Participants can get used to the leg extension by way of many repetitions, and the instructor must always be on hand to draw attention to this important posture. Play options. Even though trampolining is a competitive sport with a standardized repertoire of jumps, these can be varied in a vast number of ways. When clapping in time, the legs are moved asymmetrically, which is actually unusual. Any number of random variations and progressions are possible. This is an exercise that's not only fun, it's also a way of consolidating existing jumps. A participant demonstrates a jump that the other one must now repeat exactly. Here, the back drop is first performed in a tuck position and then backwards. The entire trampoline can be utilized. This exercise involves the participant performing a seat drop from the mat into the trampoline bed and jumping back onto the mat in a standing position. The mat is also incorporated when conducting the back drop. Two participants stand opposite each other on the trampoline, the furthest possible distance apart. They carry out reciprocal jumps, whereby one participant demonstrates jumps and the other must imitate these in a rhythm offset by half a jump. Reaction times can be greater during initial attempts. It's also possible to skip on the trampoline. Alone, you can do this using a normal skipping rope. With 3 participants, a long skipping rope around 6 meters long can be used. Seat juggling is best played with 3 participants, but more is also possible. The body weight of participants should be similar. At the start, 2 participants stand on one side of the trampoline bed and the third on the other side. One of the 2 participants on the one side jumps onto the other side into a seated position. The momentum transferred by the jump onto the bed is utilized by the third participant, who undertakes a seat drop forwards. He lands alongside the second participant and the chain reaction continues in this manner. This game does require a little more skill. One of the most popular games is what's known as suitcase packing, or add 1. This involves one participant performing a jump and the next participant copying this jump exactly and adding his own jump. The third participant repeats both jumps and adds one of his own. Long jump formations can result in this manner. This is a playful way of practicing jump combinations, and it's sometimes the case that a combination is tried out for the first time. Intermediary jumps are allowed to make the game a bit easier. The game can be played with or without the rule that eliminates players if they make a mistake. Without a somersault, this exercise can also be taught without further training. The following exercises are only intended for demonstration purposes and require further training. For more information, please consult the menu below under Trampoline Part 2. The straddle back pullover to feet requires competency in executing the backdrop plus a good dose of bravado. Suitcase packing or Add 1 can also be played by with more difficult jumps by experienced trampoline gymnasts. The difficulty level is always tailored to the weakest participant. The seated juggling game can also be varied by using more difficult jumps. The variation seen here is with the 3/4 forward somersault. Combinations. The art of trampolining is not just to learn particularly difficult individual jumps, but also to combine several jumps with each other. Only when each jump is safely completed can a follow-on jump also be conducted safely. An error in a lead jump has grave knock-on effects for the follow-on jump and often even prevents it from being carried out. That's what makes jump combinations so difficult. Trampolining can be practiced as a leisure activity or competitive sport. A 2-jump competition is offered as part of the German Gymnastics Federation competition schedule. This competition allows participants an open interpretation of the predetermined goals, meaning these can be fulfilled in a variety of ways. One example. In the compulsory exercise P1, participants must combine a seated landing and a full twist, in total in 2 jumps. There are 3 ways of doing this. The participant turns a full twist into the sitting position and then jumps into the standing position. The twist can also be divided up between the 2 jumps so that the participant conducts a half twist into the sitting position, followed by a half twist into the standing position. The third option is the most difficult, a seat drop, followed by a full twist into the standing position. If a participant conducts a seat drop, then a jump into the standing position followed by a full twist from the feet, he exceeds the authorized number of jumps with 3 jumps. The P2 exercise requires a half twist more than the P1. The participant conducts a full twist into the sitting position and then a half twist into the standing position. Alternatively, he can conduct a half twist into the sitting position and a full twist into the standing position. It's exceedingly difficult to incorporate the full 1.5 twists into one jump. This is why there are only 2 feasible solutions here. The P3 exercise requires a new kind of landing, the back landing. The most obvious approach is a back drop followed by a jump into the standing position. But many participants find it easier to incorporate another half twist into the final jump. This add-on is permitted. As we've already seen in the P1 exercise, an individual landing style can be combined with twists. The P4 demands a back landing and a full twist in total. There are also 3 possibilities here. The simplest solution is a half twist onto the back, followed by a half twist into the standing position. Participants who are not as confident performing back drops often opt for a back drop without twist and try to incorporate a full twist into the jump into the standing position. The most elegant solution is the full twist onto the back followed by a jump into the standing position. The most widespread competitive form is the individual competition. This involves a series of 10 jumps without intermediary jumps. The compulsory exercise P3 is the easiest 10-part exercise. It comprises basic jumps such as the tuck and straddle, variations on the seat drop and a half twist from the feet. The straight extension jump at the end is not required, but can be carried out. In the compilation of individual 10-part exercises, it's important to remember that getting up after a landing in the seated, front or back position is also appraised as a jump. Accordingly, the combination seat drop, jump into the standing position is appraised as 2 jumps. The participant shows the compulsory exercise P4. At the start of a competitive exercise, the competitor greets the panel of judges. Once the exercise has been completed, regardless of whether it's been successful or not, the competitor then takes his leave of the judging panel. A complete competitive exercise should therefore be conducted in the manner shown here in the compulsory exercise P3. In synchronized trampolining, participants are required to carry out an additional demand. Here, it's not just a question of mastering their own moves, they must also be in tune with their partner. The most important criterion is the simultaneous landing on the trampoline bed. Both participants must adopt a similar rhythm right from the outset. Without a carefully rehearsed takeoff procedure, neither participant knows when the jumping should begin, and the first jump is therefore irregular. One of the participants must adopt a leading role in any starting procedure. The exercise must begin by both partners at the same time. This is not possible without an audible starting signal, and the moves begin at different times. Participants usually count to 3, although the landing is always counted. One of the partners calls out the number 1, and as a signal that he is also ready to begin, the other partner calls out the number 2. If neither participant signals that he wants to abort the exercise, then it begins on the count of 3. The exercise is terminated at the point where one of the partners does not adhere to the agreed series of jumps and carries out a different jump. This is especially evident in jumps incorporating half twists. Even if the difference is just a half twist, the exercise is regarded as finished. Not all participants twist in the same direction. In our case, participants are twisting in the same direction. Differing twist directions are, however, permitted in competition. Just as in individual competition, synchronized competition also requires competitors to greet and take their leave of the judging panel after the exercise. Basic techniques to support the pupil. When the jumps reach a certain difficulty level, trampolining without assistance is no longer a responsible thing to do. These assistance techniques must be learned through specific training. The 5 basic techniques introduced here form the introduction to what is involved when providing assistance. They aim to show just how complex this task is. The assistance is most effective at real intervention and conveying a sense of security if he or she jumps with the participant. Coordination with the participant requires a great deal of practice and assurance from the assistant on the trampoline. The participant is held and guided with a tear-proof belt. Judo belts are especially well suited to this. The other hand is used to influence the body position and jump height by gripping the muscles of the neck so that both participant and assistant always land simultaneously. In view of later assisting grips, the ball of the hand should be placed on the spine. Both assistant and participant must land simultaneously if they're to jump together steadily. Poor synchronization means the assistant is impeding the participant more than helping him. The assistant and participant begin jumping as a build-up to the first jumping attempt with support. The assistant needs to maintain a steady posture to be able to support the participant in all positions. The assistant indicates when the exercise is set to begin by counting to 3. On 3, both parties begin the launch of the jump to be practiced, or the first part of a series of jumps. Counting should always occur as the participant lands. 1, 2, 3. Countering the propulsion of the trampoline bed requires the assistant to land slightly before the participant, thereby stretching the trampoline bed. The assistant avoids being propelled upwards by bending his knees, and the participant is propelled upwards. The tension of the trampoline bed gives the participant additional launch propulsion. The countering must be appropriately dispensed. While the participant is in the air receiving assistance, the assistant must be standing firmly on the bed. In preparation for any supplementary training, the co-jumping and countering can be practiced using either a straight jump or a tuck jump. Countering requires precise timing and coordination with the participant and good timing with regard to leg maneuvers. The technique can also be practiced with a round medicine ball to simulate conditions. If the medicine ball is dropped and not deflected, it almost reaches its initial height. If the deflection occurs too late, the ball is decelerated. If the counter-propulsion takes place at the right moment, the ball gains considerable height. To reduce the participant's reliance on the assistant no longer jumps with the participant but stands on the frame of the trampoline and moves onto the bed after the initial launch jump. In order that the participant does not experience a bumpy landing, the assistant must ensure that he steps onto the bed in good time to support the participant during landing. The helper can begin stepping onto the bed shortly before the participant leaves it. The assistant's foot can, however, only push the bed down when the participant has already left it. This early intervention is essential for supporting somersault turns. The assistant adopts a firm position as quickly as possible at the point where the participant is expected to land. The assistant supports the participant's upper body even before he lands by placing a hand between the shoulder blades. During landing, the assistant supports the participant's upper body with one arm placed behind him. The other arm completely encircles the stomach to avoid him falling forwards if the landing position is slightly inclined forwards. The assistant stands with his legs relatively wide apart to maintain a secure position and to keep his legs out of the way so as not to impede the participant. In preparation for supplementary training, the entering and catching can be practiced using a straight jump, which, in accordance with real training situations that present themselves at a later date, can also be jumped from the center of the trampoline bed. A push-in mat is used to secure landing without the active intervention of the assistant. It's important that the participant can conduct the jump in its basic form. The mat is pushed beneath the participant after he has left the bed in the event that he performs an unsafe jump. To avoid being propelled painfully against the trampoline, the person pushing the mat should let it go as soon as it's reached its position beneath the gymnast. Coordination of all those involved plays a decisive role here. The coach counts up to 3 landings before the jump is performed. Counting can be omitted if the gymnast is conducting a series of jumps, if the sequence has been discussed beforehand. Reliance on this kind of assistance can be reduced by only deploying the push-in mat if the jump fails. This requires great experience on the part of the assistant and an ability to assess jump quality in good time. This DVD or Blu-ray conveys the basics for safe trampoline use and the methods for simple jumps that can be conducted without assistance. The Trampoline Part 2 conveys the methods for more difficult jumps with a focus on learning assistance methods. The following exercise elements are introduced in Part 2. The backdrop and variations with and without twist. The front drop with and without a half twist. The forward somersault. The forward somersault with half twist, also known as a barani. The backward somersault. The backward somersault into seated position. Please always bear in mind that the Eurotramp education program on DVD or Blu-ray is not a substitute for practical training and must therefore not automatically be seen as evidence that a training program has been undertaken. In addition, please note that each individual country has its own regulations and laws with respect to school sports instruction. Before using a trampoline, please seek advice from the relevant school sports or gymnastics association. This program meets the training guidelines set by the German Gymnastics Association and the National Association of Accident Insurers. In Germany, the National Association of Accident Insurers is responsible for insuring school children during sports instruction. Should you wish to integrate the trampoline into your own instruction program, you should bear the following points in mind. 1. What qualifications do I have to demonstrate to be allowed to give trampoline instruction? 2. Do the trampolines need to be specially certified? 3. In case of an accident, how are the school children insured and what are the insurer's terms with respect to liability in damage claims? Please note that in the event of an accident and if the instructor is not properly qualified, he or she can be held liable. It is quite possible, however, that there are no existing regulations in your country and that this often means no training can be provided. If this is the case, we would be only too happy to hear from you. We are making every effort to make trampolining more popular throughout the world, and as a competent partner in the introduction of trampolining into school sports, we would be keen to help you to do this wherever you happen to be. For further information, please go to www.trampoline-education.com. Approaching the trampoline. The exercises shown are performed by a mixed trampoline group in which mentally disabled pupils from the Heimsonderschule Haslachmühle work together with pupils from the Wilhelmsdorf Grammar School. When standing on the trampoline for the first time, one is at first fascinated by the unexpected lightness of one's own body, the feeling of weightlessness and carefreeness. Secondly, one is made quickly aware of one's own personal limits, sense of balance, coordination, stamina, and physical condition. So in the beginning, it's about the alternatives of reducing on the one side possible uncertainties and shyness caused by the new medium and gaining confidence in the handling of the swinging canvas and winning on the other a healthy respect for the physics defined by the trampoline. Feelings of carefreeness can quickly lead to carelessness and daring, one of the most frequent causes of injury. The trampoline offers numerous possibilities through pleasure, inclination and interest built upon the intensity of the jumps themselves, and sequences of exercises to train coordination and strengthen basic muscle tone, which results in more body and movement consciousness, experience, social competence, and confidence in one's own capabilities. The following exercises show examples of playfully getting used to the equipment. The trampoline, the swinging canvas. Here, the emphasis lies on different forms of movement. It quickly becomes evident that the most diverse of objects can be used. The movement within a group, exercises performed with a partner, should be included as soon as possible. The keyword is social competence, social learning. There are no limits to the imagination. Safety, however, should never be neglected. Rolling over the trampoline. Rolling on the trampoline can cause grazes and burns. Long trousers should be worn at all times. Crawl over the trampoline. Crawl over obstacles. One should be careful not to use obstacles with sharp or hard edges because these can lead to injuries or damage to the trampoline itself. Roll a tree trunk. Several children lay on their stomachs next to one another. Another, preferably light child, lays itself across the backs of those already laying face down. These in turn then begin to roll in one direction. The tree trunk is thus transported from one end of the trampoline to the other. Copying animals. While jumping, the children should copy animal noises and calls, the idea being that all the children are equally included in performing the task given to them. Transport materials on your back. A child crawls from one end of the trampoline to the other, transporting all objects that the other children previously laid out on the trampoline. Roman carriage. Two children are on all fours and build a bank. Another kneels on top of the two horses and is carried to the other side of the trampoline. The most weight should be shared between the hips and the shoulders of the horses. These, in turn, must stay close together, otherwise the rider is either forced to do the splits or fall down. Safety reference. The weight of the upper child should rest over its shins on the hip bones of the child below it. When descending, be careful not to tread on the heels of the child below. Transportation of a person. Three people kneel on all fours next to one another on the trampoline, forming a bank. A fourth person then lies across their backs. He is then transported from one side of the trampoline to the other. Adaption exercises. Walking variations. It's important to wear suitable shoes. No plimsolls, no trainers, but trampoline shoes, anti-slide socks or gymnastic shoes. With long or short steps, walk back and forth. Walking like an angel. Moving your arms like wings, walk across the trampoline, letting the rebound propel you forwards. The feet remain in contact with the trampoline. Sailor gait. Walk back and forth across the trampoline with straddled legs. Sewing machine walk. The participants walk with many quick little steps, stamping with their feet. Walking the red line. The participants balance back and forth over the trampoline along the red line. A sense of balance is responsible for the upkeep of an upright stance and for orientation. It enables the body to be aware of acceleration or rotation and helps adjust to them. The maintenance of the equilibrium is based upon an integration of supporting perceptive areas of the brain. The equilibrium process is supported by other organizational systems, especially the visual and tactile proprioceptive fields. It's strongly associated to auditory, visual, and kinesthetic aspects. It also helps to register acceleration, changes of position, rotation, and supports movement coordination. Instruction for tying ropes. Ropes or cords are laid over the trampoline. They are then fastened to the equipment by pressing them into the supporting springs. Stretch the ropes across the trampoline. The ends of the ropes should then be pulled through the first ring of the corresponding springs. Crossing ropes. Step back and forth over the ropes. shaking ropes. Several participants hold ropes across the trampoline and move them from side to side. Another tries to reach the other end of the trampoline without being touched by the ropes.
Partner participation. Keep in mind that during the following exercises, the participants should not jump on the bed. Walk beside a partner. In the following exercise, the participants are in pairs. They have to walk facing one another over the trampoline. They try to walk in the same rhythm. They should decide before they start who the leader is. Linking arms back to front. It's important before they begin to discuss who walks forward and who back. The participant walking forwards is responsible for the safety of his partner. Slalom. The first group of children form a chain on the trampoline by standing with outstretched arms with both hands on both of their neighbor's shoulders. The second group now runs slalom through the chain. Snake. A participant stands on the trampoline with his left hand tucked backwards through his straddled legs. His partner holds onto this hand with his right. Only through learning to deal with personal experience, feelings felt in diverse situations, conquered fears, crossed borders and successes is it possible for a child to accept and understand his fears, his overly careful approach, and overcome them. Shuttle. A group stands one behind the other. Alternate participants either stand with straddled legs or are squatting down. The last person in the row either jumps over the person in front of him or crawls through his legs and works his way to the front. The last person in the row follows him, and so on. When at the front, they then take on the next position, either with straddled legs or squatting. Wheelbarrow. When doing a wheelbarrow, it's important to remember to hold one's partner just above the knees and not by the ankles so that a hollow back isn't caused. Two partner pairs have a wheelbarrow race. Sorting by height and size. Several people stand on the trampoline with their eyes closed. There should be sufficient safety assistance around the trampoline. Their task is to order themselves by height and size without verbal instructions. Body experience. The physicality of a child is the core of his personality, the pivot of his existence. Taking action includes physical activity. A child learns through physical activity about his own body, how it works, how to use it, and about the world around it. Orientation within the own body is the basis of orientation in its environment. At the same time, the body is a mirror of its physical experiences. Through its body, a child is able to assess its actual state of health and helps him to express his feelings and needs. The field of physical experience within motor pedagogic offers different forms of physical or motion activity adjusted and adapted according to the stage of development of the target group. Material transportation. The participants move one or more balloons over the trampoline with different parts of their body. Flower bed. Multicolored scarves are pressed into the surface of the trampoline. Two participants hold the hands of a third person standing between them, who then tries to pluck the flowers using only his hands, feet, or teeth. Chasing tails. 4 to 6 people are on the trampoline. 3 to 5 of them have a rope or a scarf tucked into the back of their trousers. A participant then tries to steal a tail from someone else. When successful, he tucks it to his other tail. Now the next person tries his luck. Always be security conscious when so many people are at one time on the trampoline. Keep the trampoline tidy. Many different objects are placed on the trampoline: balls, balloons, sponges or scarves. The idea is to remove them as quickly as possible. Bobbing and jumping. Rabbit hops. Participants go onto their hands and knees. They then hop forwards, landing with their hands first and then with their feet. Bear gait. The participants go onto their hands and knees. They then move forwards, rocking from side to side with outstretched arms and straddled legs. Frog jumps. The participant springs with his hands and legs. While in the air, he stretches his arms and legs out to the sides and makes a sound like a frog, then finishes landing on his hands and knees. Sitting hop. Using one's hands to propel oneself, hop forwards in a sitting position. Mogul slope. Hop back and forth along the red line, taking care that the torso is held upright and straight. Jockey. Sit as if sitting on a horse. The torso is held upright and the participant is facing forwards. One arm is held in front of the body as though holding a horse's reins. With the other hand, he swings an imaginary lasso. This exercise serves as a preparation for stopping. Stopping with partner. The participants link arms and decide when they should stop jumping. Self and social experience. Only through contact with others is it possible to communicate and learn to express oneself. In suitable partner situations, can children learn to cooperate, to take responsibility, to be considerate, emphatic and self-assertive? Stopping alone. Sign, stop. Waltz. A pair stands face to face holding hands. They jump synchronously. The partners should look at one another with their arms outstretched. They shouldn't jump too high and ought to stay in the middle of the trampoline. Partner waltz. A succession of exercises is agreed upon and followed. It's important that the participants shouldn't jump too high and that they remain synchronized. Both participants carry out the same jumps: high jump, the straddle, right step, left step, or each turns around slowly. An increase in the strength of the leg muscles through a moderate increase in general muscle structure. Although the participant subjectively believes he is using less energy, the effect actually caused is an increase in the effectiveness of the leg muscles. Signalman. One person stands in the middle of the trampoline. Another stands in front of him on a blue mat. The participant on the blue mat moves his arms to different positions. The jumper tries to mirror these movements without leaving the center of the trampoline. Gestures man. While jumping, do sign language. Do the signs for articles that are exhibited. Clock. Place number bags clockwise on the edge of the trampoline. 3, 6, 9, 12. The jumper should then turn while in flight to the numbers that are called out to him. Subtract numbers that have been called out and turn in flight to the result. Jumping with accessories. Gymnastic hoops. Hoops that are either lying down on the trampoline or held vertically should be jumped over. One could use other jumps, for example frog or rabbit, to jump over the vertically held hoops. Hot wire. Several people stand next to one another on the trampoline. They have tennis rings in their hands and hold them at various heights. While doing this, they bounce lightly. Another participant then tries, with his eyes closed, to thread a rope through the rings held for him. Electric hoops. The person within holds onto the hoop and keeps his eyes closed. In which direction the rope should be pulled is determined by the use of different colored scarves. One should be careful not to pull too quickly. skipping with a heavy rope. Two people stand on the edge of the trampoline and swing a heavy rope. A jumper tries to jump in rhythm. Skipping in pairs. Two jumpers holding hands jump together. Skipping rope and sit jump. A person jumps in a sitting position over the rope. Ring targets. Different colored rings of various sizes are laid on the blue mat. The participant should bat the ring that's called out. The visual system is very important when jumping on the trampoline. The jumper uses his eyes as orientation while jumping. He ought to orientate himself on a prominent point or on a horizontal or vertical line. Through doing this, he's able to assess his performance and judge the execution of his jumps. Keep the balloon aloft. A participant tries to keep a balloon afloat using his hands, feet, head, shoulders, elbows, fingers, knees, heels, bottom, nose or forehead. It's essential that sufficient security is offered. Keep the balloon aloft with bats. The balloon is batted from one end of the trampoline to the other with badminton rackets. Keep in mind the safety measurements. Burst balloons. Burst balloons that have been fastened to the trampoline with pegs by bouncing on them in a sitting position. Passing on in a chain. The participants build a chain. A ball is then passed between them without throwing or jumping. Throwing a ball from the mat. A person stands either on the blue mat or on the trampoline and throws a ball to their partner, who is also either standing or jumping on the trampoline. One begins with slow balls, water balls or balloons wrapped in cloth. They're not so hard, they fly slower and are less frightening. Throwing a ball in a sit jump. A participant stands either on the blue mat or on the trampoline and throws balls to his partner, who is either sitting or bouncing in a sitting position. The balls ought to be thrown before a jump. Catching a ball with a bag. A person stands either on the blue mat or on the trampoline and throws balls to his partner, who either jumps or remains standing on the trampoline. The partner should catch the balls in a basket, a bag, or in a hat.
throwing a ball after a colour is called.
4 people sit in all 4 corners of the trampoline, each with a different coloured ball. The jumper in the centre holds a white ball. The jumper then turns to the corner with the colour that's been called. While turning, he throws his ball to the participant sitting there. A new colour is then called and the procedure repeats itself. Keeping eye contact is very important. Ping pong jumps are when 2 participants jump alternately. Ping pong with 2 balls. Here, timing is important. The proper timing is achieved by counting the jumps. Ball machine. 2 people jump ping pong. Another pair stands on either side of the trampoline. The one standing on the left-hand side throws a ball to the first jumper. He in turn throws to the person standing on the right of the trampoline. This person then throws the ball to the second jumper. The second jumper throws the ball to the first jumper. This exercise can be carried out using more than one ball. It's important that all 4 players find a shared rhythm. For a continuous flow in the performance, it is essential to hold eye contact to see whether the other is free to throw. Skittles. Tins are positioned singly or built to a pyramid. The participants hold balls in various sizes and try to knock the tins down. Juggle. Try to juggle with 3 balls. Pond without crocodiles. Walk or run from one end of the trampoline to the other, stepping or hopping on carpet tiles. Pond infested with crocodiles. Walk or run from one end of the trampoline to the other, stepping or hopping on carpet tiles while others standing at the sides try to touch you. Crawling under a sail on the trampoline. Sailcloth is held over the surface of the trampoline. The sailcloth can become electrically charged, so be careful. One has to be careful when using a parachute, a sail, etc. that the exercises are not performed too quickly or too high. Jump on all fours under the sail. The sail is stretched on top of the participant who tries to jump against the resistance of this sail. A single person can also jump under the sail. This causes a wave effect. Jumping over the sail. The sail is so moved that waves are caused. They shouldn't be too high. The participants try to cross the sea. Those who have visual deficits ought to be accompanied. Synthetic fabrics are often slippery. Fall into a seated position. Those taking part then fall onto the rope and perform a seat drop. Gymnastic ball. Health improvement through the use of a gymnastic ball. For the strengthening of the skeletal and muscle apparatus, dynamic and activated seating, improvement of posture, relief of the passive movement apparatus, increased spinal suppleness, improved coordination, motion supporting, activation of sensory perceptive levels and relaxation. Balance exercises, seated. Keep your balance while lightly bouncing. Support with the aid of hoops. Raise and sink both arms alternately. As instructed, raise or lower either arms or legs. Try keeping your balance on the gymnastic ball. Gymnastic roll. A participant sits on a gymnastic roll and holds onto a strap which is held by a second person. The strap holder then tries to move the rider by pulling on the strap. A number of people sit on the gymnastic roll and hold on to a strap or the person in front of them. They then try, as a team, to spring together. Games. Gordian knot. The players stand on the trampoline with their eyes closed. They raise their arms towards the middle of the circle. The scarves ought to be held by two different people. Subsequently, the participants open their eyes and try, without letting go of their scarves, to undo the knots. Wheelchair. The stability and mechanical efficiency of the wheelchair ought to be checked before use. The wheelchairs must be treated carefully, and one should consult a technician as to whether the chairs can bear the strain and wear. It's best to procure a wheelchair from an expert. Ascending and descending. Small box. The small box becomes part of the exercise. Participants are only allowed up onto and down from the trampoline when they climb over the box. Heidelberg steps. The steps up to the trampoline are variable, can be kept at a minimum when necessary. Box steps. It's possible, due to the width of the box steps, to assist the participant up the steps and onto the trampoline. The height of the steps is variable. Ramp. It's possible to use gymnastic banks as a ramp. A person can slip down the inclined surface on one or more carpet tiles. It ought to be, in addition, supported and stabilized by being held on both sides. The person slipping down should also be supported on both sides. The participant could also use a blanket instead of carpet tiles to slip down. A blanket also allows him to be pulled up over the ramp to the trampoline. Another method of transport is a roller board, again with the support of others. Covering the ramp with aluminium lanes enables a wheelchair to be pushed up onto and down from the trampoline. A lifter is an optimal helper for those with disabilities, ascending to and descending from the trampoline. It allows a quick and simple transport direct from the wheelchair to the trampoline. Be driven. The driver's helper holds on to the wheelchair handles. Drive independently. The helper ought to hold strict attention to the jumper so that he's able to intervene if the wheelchair should go out of balance. Bobbing. The jumper should be secured with a lap belt so that he's unable to lift unnecessarily and uncontrolled out of his seat. One should always be aware that it's not always necessary for a driver to jump or hop on the trampoline. Specialists should always be consulted before using the trampoline. Throwing balls. The helper ought always to hold on to the wheelchair so that the driver can concentrate on catching and throwing.
Jumping on all fours. While on all fours, a participant tries to bounce on the red cross of the trampoline. The person bouncing then falls into a prone position to again take on the bank position on the rebound. Skipping rope alone. Two people stand on the blue mats at either end of the trampoline and swing a rope. The person on all fours tries to bounce in rhythm while falling alternately in a prone position and then bouncing back onto all fours. Skipping rope with a wheelchair. The driver ought to wear a lap belt so that he stays strapped into the wheelchair. The helper jumps together with the driver to regulate the height and intensity of the jumps so that those on the rope can keep in rhythm. Relaxation. Lying on the gymnastic ball. A participant lays face down over a gymnastic ball. He is then rocked back and forth and from side to side. Both ought to talk to one another and express their feelings when feasible. Otherwise, it's up to the teacher to watch his pupils and pay attention to any changes in physical expressions in face or body. Cover with sandbags. Sacks filled with differing materials, such as fine sand, pebbles or pearls, are spread with different amounts of pressure upon the person lying on the trampoline. Sundry body parts such as hands, feet, shoulders or the head are then perceived more intensively. Relaxing story, baking pizza. 3 people are on the trampoline. 1 lays face down. The baker kneels beside him and sprinkles him all over his back and body with flour. He adds water, making movements as though playing the piano. He then strokes over the pizza's body with the palms of his hands. The yeast is then added. The baker makes small, fast movements with more pressure. Now everything should be mixed and kneaded. Make kneading movements. The pastry can then be beaten. Light thumps on the back.
The pastry is ready to be rolled out. Make rolling movements. The pastry is covered with the ingredients that the participant wishes, for example tomatoes, salami, olives, etc. Let your imagination take over and use movements of your own invention. Roll with light pressure over the participants. The participants lay on their backs. The trampoline is then brought into motion through bouncing and swinging movements. While the participants remain laying down, they are rolled over by a large gymnastic ball, a Pezzi ball. Being rolled over by a gymnastic ball causes the participants to become aware of two different cognitive areas, the external and internal perception. The borders of the body are then distinct and the body schema clearer. Move lightly. More than 400 years ago, artistic trampoline feats such as these were presented to enthusiastic crowds by acrobats high up in the air. Man's fascination with the ability to achieve a sense of weightlessness initially led to the development of padded, flexible springboards, then various other types of taut boards and fabrics, right through to the modern mini trampoline. With its supportive propulsion, today's mini trampoline makes it possible for children and young people to challenge their physical limits and rediscover how exciting movement can be. Particularly today, in addition to the health benefits of physical exercise, this extraordinary experience of motion is attaining ever greater significance in the education sector. The mini trampoline can be used in a multitude of different ways, which means that it's very well suited to multi-perspective instruction. Whether it's a simple jump up in the air or a daring acrobatic move, a continuous series of jumps from one mini trampoline to the next, or choreographed group jumping in a circle of trampolines. Whether as an individual, combination or methodological aid, the mini trampoline can be employed in a variety of different ways in all educational establishments. This means the mini trampoline is an optimal way of stimulating the need for physical exertion and countering the lack of movement and exhilarating physical experience in our modern age. For decades now, tens of thousands of mini trampolines have been in use and now form part of the standard equipment repertoire of every sports hall. Standardized sizes are the Minitramp 112 and Minitramp 125.
The mini trampoline 112 measures 112 by 112 centimeters with a bed measuring 60 by 60 centimeters. The mini trampoline 125 has a length and width of 125 centimeters, as well as a jumping bed measuring 70 by 70 centimeters. The models with the jumping bed sewn to the safety padding are especially recommended. This means no feet or shoes can get caught up between the safety padding and the trampoline bed. In the case of the Minitramps 112 and 125, there are different versions that vary considerably in capability and jumping performance. The product palette offers models with rubber cables or steel springs in combination with 13mm trampoline bed or trampoline bed with closed weave. Before you make any new purchases, you should seek advice from a specialist dealer. Eurotramp would be pleased to supply you with technical information direct or online at www.eurotramp.com. The open-end mini trampoline is enjoying greater popularity, and it has become an increasingly common sight in gymnasia in recent years. Its special feature is the open mount and dismount area, which offers a greater level of safety as well as a higher propulsion performance than that of the standard mini trampoline. There are also several different models of open mini trampoline with varying performance capabilities. Trampolines for the team gym competition are high-performance pieces of equipment that are subjected to the highest demands. They are also a favorite with show groups. The jumping bed measures 60 by 60 centimeters. The frame is considerably heavier than that of all other mini trampolines. The larger number of springs means an additional performance enhancement. The mini trampoline transport trolley is an exceedingly practical accessory in the Minitramp range. Numerous mini trampolines can be stored and transported on the space-saving trolley. Storage. The equipment hangs or stands folded up against the wall or on the Minitramp transport trolley with as free passage as possible into the sports hall. Transport. In case no wheeled trolley is available, the mini trampoline can be carried by 2 young people or 4 children with the jumping bed facing down and the feet facing up. Assembly. The Minitramp is placed upright and the feet or brackets folded out so that it can stand alone. With one foot on the folded out bracket, the fixing bar or central support to lock the legs and adjust the height is lifted or pushed down with both hands and latched into the lower position. Safety checks. The instructor should check the safety of the equipment and the assembly himself, together with the students. Is the locking mechanism engaged? Is the height adjustment screw tight? Is the jumping bed intact? Do the feet have their anti-slip protection? Is the cover firmly fixed to the frame? In the case of heavier students, does the jumping bed stretch right down to the floor upon high impact? Are the mats correctly placed around the trampoline? Double-Minitramp gymnastics is a popular discipline that requires great gymnastic ability. Gymnasts jump with approach onto the apparatus to execute 2 consecutive jumps, for example twist and somersault combinations. The landing is carried out on the mats laid out behind. A trampoline track makes it possible to carry out exercises that involve decelerated motion sequences and that ensure that the gymnastic movements are easy on the joints. On trampoline tracks, it's possible to learn, improve and perfect practically all gymnastic elements, such as handsprings and all twist somersaults. The inclusion of a trampoline track in methodical training sessions for all ages and abilities is therefore highly recommended. Trampoline tracks are particularly useful for group presentations with aesthetic gymnastic elements. Trampoline tracks are available in various lengths with different jumping bed materials and tensions. Foldable solutions can also be offered. Safety measures. To avoid accidents, it's important to develop the prerequisites concerning physical fitness and coordination. It's important to receive proper instruction on how to land in a manner that will also prevent any injury to the back, as well as instruction on how to fall in a way that will avert any danger of injury. An adequate warm-up routine should be undertaken, with a focus on the muscles used for jumping. Equipment should be checked for faults and should be assembled appropriately. Care should be taken to ensure that there's nothing that the assistants might trip over. On the left, assistant in a problematic position. On the right, assistant in the correct position. Care should be taken to ensure there is sufficient matting around the equipment. When conducting a precision landing, take care to ensure that the floor mats are not so soft that students sink down so deeply they can no longer turn their feet. In this case, combi or duo mats or landing mats for vaulting are preferable. Runners or exercise mats can be used to cover cracks between the mats as well as mats that are too soft. Make sure the equipment is positioned at an adequate distance from walls and other equipment. At a distance of just 4 meters, the Minitramp shown here is too close to the wall. There should be no gaps between the mats in the landing area. The mini-trampoline is assembled last and dismantled first. Safety and assistance provisions must be in place. As far as the attire and behavior of students and instructors are concerned, the following points should be observed. Lightweight trainers, gymnastic shoes or slip-resistant socks should be worn. No jewelry and sports glasses if possible. Baggy clothes that could impede sight during jumps should be avoided, as well as clothes with laces or bands that could result in impediments and injuries. No chewing gum or sweets. Precise arrangements and clear instructions that must be adhered to by both instructor and students. The Safe Organizational Framework. A safe organizational framework includes the following. No other disruptive activities such as ball games nearby. No mini-trampolines left assembled in the equipment store or unattended in the hall. Minitramp should be put away when it's not used for long periods. Routes for returning the equipment to storeroom are marked or determined. The instructor maintains a good overview of what's happening and stays with the group carrying out the most difficult jumps or with less confident students if training groups are divided up according to ability. Safe methods and procedures. The safety provision should always be in place. Where it's not shown in the film, this is to allow an unimpeded view of the movements being demonstrated. Sufficient time should be spent practicing and mastering the basic jumps before tackling the more ambitious jumps with somersaults. Controlled jumping is more important than achieving height. This means that the length and the speed of the approach is increased in stages. Work with markings. The lower the speed of the approach, the flatter the incline of the mini-trampoline, and vice versa. Jumping aids should not be built up too high. Work with a maximum of 3 to 4 box sections. When jumping off, always use both feet. In the application of the Minitramp as methodological aid, the basic jumps must be mastered. New or difficult jumps are not to be introduced at the end of a training session. Curb the high-spirited students, support the less confident. The open method concepts and free experimentation must be applied with great caution and should preferably be employed within a framework of jumps and series of jumps that have already been adequately mastered. When jumping off the trampoline into a forward roll, on no account should students be allowed to jump downwards. For these kinds of jumps, the landing surfaces must be positioned higher than the Minitramp frame in school or amateur sports practice. In this block, we're looking at the special prerequisites necessary for successful use of the mini-trampoline. Initially,
we're focusing on simple jumping exercises on fixed equipment without incorporating the catapult effect of the mini trampoline. It's important here to ensure that when you jump off, this is done safely, landing on both legs, keeping the body taut. Using the same equipment setup, other prerequisites can be imparted in a targeted and risk-free manner. These include landing instruction, falling instruction, and of course instruction in the use of supporting grips. The most commonly used supporting grip when conducting straightforward jumps is the clamp grip applied to the front and back of the jumper's body. It's also described as a sandwich grip. After the first practice run on mats, the grip should be practiced using simple jumps on fixed equipment. Here we see the sandwich grip in an extension jump. It supports the safe landing. Here we see the sandwich grip in a tuck jump. The straddle jump requires the legs to swing out to the sides, and this requires assistants to stand in front of and behind the jumper as he or she lands. The mat next to the box ensures smooth transition to the landing mat without mishaps. With just one safety position, the assistant stands just in front of the legs as they swing out to the sides. Also, in the case of the pike straddle jump, the assistants are again in an offset position. In particular, full twist jumps require a high degree of body tension to maintain balance in the air. When there is only one assistant, it is preferable that he or she stands on the side that the gymnast is turning towards. The gymnast should indicate ahead of each jump which direction he will be turning, so that the assistant can switch to the correct side. Here we see the sandwich grip in a jump incorporating a full twist. Landing technique. For landing, seen here following an extension jump, the feet are positioned hip-width apart and the ball of the foot is the first to make contact with the bed. The knee joints yield gently into a half squat position. The body remains taut without arching the back, with the arms held up. How to fall. It's important to learn the correct way to fall. Specific training should be undertaken to enhance awareness of how to react immediately and effectively by stepping or rolling to compensate for a loss of balance. Gymnastic or judo-like rolls forwards, backwards or to the side are possible in this case. As soon as the first prerequisites have been met, the gymnast can safely explore the catapult effect of the mini trampoline when bouncing, jumping and stopping. Attention should be paid to the following points. Jumps off the trampoline bed should be using both legs placed hip-width apart. The body should always be taut. Again, jumping off using both legs, or the gentle bending of the knee joints to stop. Jumps on the mini trampoline's elastic bed can be practiced without fear or risk with a partner who can offer a guiding and supporting hand. The following exercises are useful for getting used to the equipment and the jumps. Extension jumps, tuck jumps, straddle jumps, pike straddle jumps with intermittent bounces, extension jumps with a quarter turn, all introductory jumps can of course be combined to make a series of jumps. Now all that's missing is one more very important prerequisite that every gymnast should bear in mind: safety measures to avoid accidents. In this section, we are looking at basic jumps as the basic tools of trampolining. The proficient extension jump with run-up provides the basis for all other jumps and should be practiced in a variety of different ways until it can be safely executed. The run-up largely determines the quality of the jump itself. The run-up consists of just a few steps at the beginning. The length and the speed of the run-up is increased as confidence grows, and the inclination of the mini trampoline bed is increased so that the faster thrust can be better converted into height. A raised runway consisting of 3 benches placed alongside each other and covered with gym mats can be a helpful arrangement for beginners and children. The last step of the run-up leads into the high jump onto the trampoline bed by pulling up the lead leg and jumping from the trail leg. The arms are drawn back during this movement. Bringing the legs together quickly in the air, the student lands on both feet on the trampoline bed, his body in a taut position. After the weight of the body has stretched the springs and the bed, the resulting propulsion and active force of the launch jump as concentric thrust results in the desired descent and in the correspondingly steep, high flight curve. As the body is moving upwards, it should be stretched out in a taut position and without arching the back. The landing is prepared while in the air through peripheral fixing of the landing point and opening the legs to hip width. The feet are placed down at hip width before the center of gravity, and kneels are yielded to a half squat without losing the body's overall tautness. Arms can be consciously extended upwards during the jump onto the trampoline and maintained in this position. More proficient students using the large trampoline prefer this arm position for the launch jump, which is more controlled as a result. Assistants stand to the sides near to the back of the trampoline on the landing mat and secure the landing if required by grasping the jumper's body from the front and the back. We find that beginners encounter problems when jumping for the following reasons: allowing the body to relax while on the trampoline bed and the decelerating effect of bending the knee. Contact with the trampoline bed is too brief. Jumps are too flat or too far, too steep or too close. Arching of the back during flight through the air. Bending the knees too much on landing, which is risky, especially for the back, or landing too stiffly without allowing the knee joints to yield. These mistakes can be prevented and corrected in particular by a variety of exercises to improve body tension and jumping technique on the ground, as well as playful formations on the mini trampoline. All other basic jumps shown here are carried out in the initial phase like the extension jump, so that shortly before arriving at the highest point of the flight curve, a rapid straddle, pike, tuck, bend or turn can be executed in order to be able to prepare in good time to extend the body for a taut landing.
The tuck jump. Once the jumper has gained height through jumping off into an extended position, he quickly pulls up the legs into a tuck position and stretches them back down again for landing.
This involves pulling the knees up towards the chest. Further support can also be briefly gained by grasping the shins. Assistants are on hand to prevent the jumper falling forwards or backwards by grasping the body during the landing extension if required. The straddle jump, shortly before the highest point of the flight curve, and when the body is in an extended position. The legs are straddled to the side and closed again for landing. The arms are brought obliquely upwards and maintained in a high position until landing. For this jump, assistants stand close to the mini-tramp, but behind and further up in front of the landing jumper, so as not to be kicked by the legs swinging out to the sides. The pike straddle jump. The additional pike alongside the straddle demands a greater degree of suppleness, elasticity, and coordination. Ideally, as the legs swing out into a horizontal position, the feet touch the hands as the arms stretch out to the sides. The upper body is inclined slightly forwards. Just as in the case of the straddle jump, both assistants stand behind and in front of the jumper to prevent him falling forwards or backwards. In the main execution phase of the pike jump, if possible, the extended legs are angled forwards until they are in a horizontal position. The arms are also extended and held in a suspended position. Good flexibility in the hip joints may also allow for a light touch of the sole of the foot. Assistants can grasp the body of the landing jumper firmly from the sides if required. The rotation in twist jumps is instigated by the off-center dismount supported by the turning of the head and body. Arm movements in the direction of the turn, leading to stomach and nape, can increase the speed of the rotation. Until the jumper executes a full twist, however, it is sufficient to leave the arms held upwards during a lengthwise body turn. When executing an extension jump with half rotation or half twist lengthwise, the non-visible rotation impulse comes from the feet. The rotation is guided and supported by turning the hips and head in the direction of the rotation. Maintaining body tension and extension is important if this jump is to succeed. The elements required for the half twist are also required to a greater degree for the full twist. The coordination and body tension necessary for this jump make it a difficult one for recreational gymnasts to perform proficiently. Until the jumper is performing full twists, it is not necessary to use the arms to intensify the rotation. The additional twist movements in these basic jumps require more time and therefore a greater height, and of course particularly good coordination and balance in their execution. Twist movements are instigated through a turning of the hips and legs when the body is extended for landing, following the tuck, straddle, pike straddle and bend. Assistants secure the landing only after the twist movement has been completed. Varied, playful basic jumps with different functions and means of support improve jump height, accuracy, the ability to keep the body tense and taut, safety when jumping and landing, as well as the technique of the basic jumps themselves. A variety of basic jumps can be conducted, for example tuck, pike, straddle or twist onto different target markings along lines set down crosswise or lengthwise, or as high jumps. When carrying out jumps over obstacles, such as here for example over the mat, jumpers initially tend to move the upper body too far forwards when they're in the air. Assistants are made aware of this. If the jumper comes into contact with the upright mat, the person holding the mat should move it out of the way immediately to avoid falls. Working with the skipping rope is effective in enhancing coordination. As well as the important practice of basic jumps, and apart from the playful practice of target jumping, further variation is presented by jumping appraisal. A panel of judges made up of all participants in the session appraises the jumps. For example, according to good execution, difficulty, height, landing precision, consistence in the case of synchronized jumps, or in the case of clown jumps, level of hilarity. A playful way to attain great heights. In this block, we are looking at simple introductory exercises for individual, partner, and group jumps. Playful group gymnastics, which involves several people training at the same time, is a good way of getting used to safe jumping practice. In and out is a simple exercise where we can also use small boxes or gym mats piled on top of each other as surfaces for jumping off and landing. The following setup with a jump platform that's not too high, made up of a maximum of 4 boxes, enables the beginner to specifically concentrate on jumping on and off while maintaining body tension. Assistants are on hand to ensure that gymnasts can carry out the jumps securely and without fear. After a number of successful attempts, the extension jumps can be conducted without actually catching hold of the assistants, although they maintain their safety positions. Extension and tuck jumps on and over the barrier with assistance on the boxes offer further possibilities for the practice of risk-free jumping. After practicing jumping on and off the box and landing on both feet, the box can be jumped over completely. In order to practice the correct way of jumping onto the trampoline bed, box lids can be used as a kind of step, and assistants can also be used as further support if required. Jumps such as this, which are not too high, also help to make movements more automatic and train coordination when counting at different speeds and using different basic jumps. The return can also be conducted in a gymnastic fashion. This exercise can of course be conducted without holding on to the assistants. Divided up into groups of 4, large classes with 2 mini-tramps are also in perpetual motion. Varying movement assignments makes the practice session more diverse and improves coordination. Rhythmic guidelines using numbers, clapping or appropriate music support the movement and objectives. An equipment circle with 4 boxes, either 90 or 110 centimeters high depending on the class level, and 4 horizontally positioned mini-tramps in the corners, allows students to support themselves during jumps and provides for a wide variety of routine possibilities. Jumps should be tried out individually at first. Movements can be slowed down by intermittent bouncing. The introductory exercise up and down has students bouncing twice and with the second bounce jumping up onto the box with a side vault and from there down onto the next mini-tramp. The next side vault is then executed again after the bounces and so on. Over is the exercise for advanced students. After 2 bounces, he or she jumps straight over the box with a side vault, initially with bounces in between, and then at a later stage without. Further variations are possible with regard to the style of dismount or free jumping. In these cases, enhanced coordination, condition and concentration are required. If there are only 2 or 3 mini-tramps available, it's possible to organize larger groups into continuous consecutive diagonal jumps. Again, the initial approach should be gradual, with bounces in between jumps, building up to a more rapid pace without bounces up, down and over. Other equipment constellations with boxes set at varying heights and assembled in different ways present a wealth of jump variations beyond those shown here. For the equipment circle without boxes, the mini trampolines are set up horizontally if possible, or with the bed slightly inclined towards the middle. Rhythm is established through counting and begins with and 1, 2, 3, jump. 1, 2, 3, jump. Jumping in a circle like this with bounces in between, which are reduced with increasing ability, up to the point where students can jump immediately without bouncing round to the left and right, demands a high level of concentration. A further possibility, also for larger groups, is to jump continuously around the circle without any hand supports. Again, the number of jumps in between can be greatly reduced. The mini-tramp track consists of several mini-tramps placed with ample spacing behind each other. Students jump continuously and consecutively along the track. The exercises can be carried out with and without bounces in between, and with or without hand supports. After an initial tryout session, the mini-tramps can be placed further apart and the jumps varied freely. The final jump on the landing mat must be agreed with the helpers running alongside. That final jump could possibly even be a somersault. The somersault is described in more detail in section G. When executing more difficult jumps without support, students must be able to carry out a competent basic jump. The equipment combi tracks can be varied with small boxes, or according to the target group, with vaulting boxes of different heights placed laterally or lengthways. The approach here is also a methodical build-up from easy to difficult, so with support up, down, and then over, with and without bounces in between, and later without support for the more proficient. After the less proficient, with support, and the older students without have tried out a flowing step rhythm for tackling the equipment track, a step rhythm that's the same for everyone presents further possibilities for organizing the training session. The introduction of music or other artistic elements is ideal for arrangement and demonstration. The examples shown here of diverse playful types of jump are accessible to all because they do not require any above-average movement skills. They are an excellent way of developing the basic foundations for successful mini-tramp jumping. In this section, we're discussing the approach to a forward somersault. This first approach shown here, with the supports that can be grasped if required, makes the forward somersault accessible to all and means it can be tackled safely and without fear. Apart from the confident mastering of basic jumps, Another indispensable prerequisite is the rotation clamp grip forwards on the upper arms. This is initially demonstrated on a partner in the standing position and practiced on both sides. Then comes the rotation grip on a moving partner, whereby the grip can be utilized before the rolling movement sets in. And lastly, the rotation grip is practiced on a fast-moving partner, whereby assistants must utilize the grip mid-movement. Once the grip has been safely mastered, it's applied during the mid-air roll from the box, which at the same time serves as an introductory exercise for the somersault from the Minitramp. Assistants support the gymnast as he jumps off into a tuck turn during the entire flight phase until landing. They remain at the height of the rotating body at all times. Another appealing introductory exercise is the throw somersault. This involves a thrower supporting the jumper by pulling up the instep of the foot when he jumps off, resulting in a higher and faster somersault supported by two assistants. Now the practiced routine is transposed to the Minitramp. The Minitramp is positioned inclined towards the landing area. This supports the off-center dismount jump by placing the thrust behind the center of gravity and thereby the forward rotation. Both assistants stand with one foot on the frame of the Minitramp and grab hold of the gymnast on the upper arms with a rotation grip. One assistant counts, and on the third jump the gymnast dismounts in a somersault. Both assistants move with the turning body so that they can offer support beneath the center of gravity and center of rotation. They maintain their hold of the gymnast until he has landed safely. The launch jump down from the box places greater demands on assistants and jumper. At a later stage, jumps can be carried out directly from the approach. Another possibility is to support the jumper using a judo belt. This sort of assistance is completely safe. It also offers the additional advantage of being able to support the rotation, as the gymnast can bring the arms down from the outstretched dismount jump position and grasp the shins in the tuck position. The assistant on the right-hand side grasps the gymnast with the left hand in an undergrasp from below on the belt and uses the right hand to support the rotation after the dismount jump in the shoulder and nape area. The same applies to the assistant standing on the left in reverse. Proficient and bold students who have up to this point carried out confident somersaults with assistants can now consider trying the rotation grip on the body, conducted by experienced assistants. This form of assistance involves using one hand under the stomach to support the height of the jump and the other in the back area to support the rotation and secure the landing. With this form of support, the somersault can be performed when jumping downwards off the box, and later, as we will see, directly following on from the approach. An alternative way to master the somersault is to use gym equipment as a form of support. This second instructional approach requires rather more proficiency and boldness from the students because although assistants are also on hand to provide support to body and nape, there is nothing for the student to grasp from the beginning to the end of the somersault. The support in this case consists of 3 boxes, one placed diagonally in front and one placed lengthwise on each side, with a gym mat placed on top. The height is between 70 and 90 centimeters according to target group. The gymnast conducts a forward roll with a run-up onto the boxes, but as he rolls in a squat position, he moves his knees to the sides. After several attempts, the rapid arm push-off is intensified so that the body turns in a short flight phase in a squatting position with opened knees. Use of the hand support enables the gymnast to turn freely into a seated or standing tuck position. For safety reasons, the gymnast keeps his knees open for landing, which is in a sitting position. As we will see later, more able jumpers can now try the forward somersault with approach on slightly raised double layers of dismount mats. This raised landing platform prevents potentially dangerous over-rotation and increases jump elevation. Another way of learning the somersault is what's known as the blue elephant. An old mat that's no longer in use is placed over a diagonally positioned vaulting box or bar at a height of 70 to 90 centimeters and secured with a tension strap. Standing on boxes, assistants support the first part of the flight by pushing and aiding the rotation movement in the stomach and nape area, and another assistant positioned on the landing surface secures the landing by grasping the body in a clamp grip. In the execution of the roll, which is initially carried out using the hands as support on the mat barrier, the gymnast remains in a squat position for a long time and lands on his feet. In the execution of the free mid-air roll or the somersault over the blue elephant, assistants offer support just as in the execution of the supported roll. Here, the focus should be on preventing the jumper from over-rotating by rapidly grasping the front of the body. This kind of free forward somersault should only be conducted with proficient students and proficient assistants. A raised landing surface, one which the gymnast cannot sink into during landing, prevents this potentially dangerous over-rotation. Trainers initially utilize the familiar and previously practiced rotation grip on the body, whereby under consideration of the jump execution, more support is given to the height, rotation or landing. A slightly open somersault, somewhere between tightly squatting, tucking and bending, should not necessarily be criticized as wrong. This kind of somersault can actually be more securely mastered by most students, as the tight squat position, rapidly rotating and early opening somersault demands a higher degree of coordination. Assistants should be prepared for the following problem situations in the execution of the somersault. The gymnast rotates immediately with strong projection at the dismount jump and gains no altitude. Anticipatory support beneath the body helps in this case. The gymnast jumps steeply upwards with too little rotation. Provide rotational support at the nape. The gymnast jumps high and rotates quickly, but does not open up for landing and over-rotates, stopping at the front of the body. Students can also be prepared for the somersault with exercises using equipment involving backward body rotations around the lateral axis. The rotation grip backwards on the upper arms must also be practiced as a prerequisite form of assistance in the execution of easier movement skills. The backward somersault is, in contrast to the subjective instinct, easier to master than the forward somersault. This is because the gymnast is able to see the landing surface at an earlier point during the jump. The backward somersault with assistants on hand to offer support must also be regarded by many students as a key target exercise.
In this case, the assistant with the red t-shirt grasps the judo belt with his left hand in a clamp grip laterally from below.
If he wants to give the gymnast additional rotational support on the thighs with the other hand, he must grasp the belt more tightly with his right hand from above. Upon the third jump, the gymnast jumps slightly backwards and brings the legs up towards the face into a squatting position and extends them again after the lateral axis rotation for landing. Further rotational support at the thigh can be provided if required by a third assistant. This jump can only be carried out by good gymnasts after a long period of practicing the previous somersaults. Assistants support the rotation and height at the thigh and hips and secure the landing jumper in a sandwich grip in front and behind. Handsprings on and over equipment obstacles. Handsprings on and over equipment obstacles make considerable coordinative and conditional demands on the gymnast. In order to learn this challenging jump, the following introductory exercises should be safely mastered. Handstand swings against a wall or partner with the body maintained in a taut position. Rapid handstand swings against a partner who grasps the hip area and supports the push-off. A long somersault down from a box into a line of people represents a further introductory exercise. The gymnast swings up onto the box which has been positioned lengthwise and allows himself to fall easily into the line of catchers. This is made up of 3 couples standing opposite each other and closely together with outstretched lower arms, with the palms of the hands facing upwards according to the zipper principle, to catch the extended body of the gymnast as he falls out of a handstand and slowly place him on his feet. An assistant can help the gymnast to successfully execute the handstand. The slow-motion somersault down from the box is supported by 2 assistants using a half-rotation grip on the upper arms with one hand and under the center of gravity in the buttocks and thigh region with the other. This somersault is now carried out more quickly with a stronger arm push-off. The same assistance is utilized, but to secure the landing, the supporting hand is moved from the thigh to the upper arm. What is now a full rotation grip prevents the gymnast from falling forwards in the event of over-rapid rotation. Now the mini trampoline is introduced as a jumping support. The gymnast initially builds up to the jump by bouncing, and then through a moderately fast run-up into the handstand, the body extended if possible at this point, and still extended and in a taut position, bends the head slightly forwards towards the chest, allows himself to fall onto his back. 2 assistants support the jumper by pushing beneath the thighs and stabilizing the shoulder girdle with the other hand on the upper arm. After the jumping exercises onto the back have been successfully executed, the hand support somersault can be conducted over a barrier. The blue elephant, padded with a landing mat that's no longer in general use, can be utilized as an auxiliary measure in this instance. With a rapid approach, the gymnast jumps into the hand-supported somersault, whereby 2 assistants support the upswing at the thigh, and 2 others secure the landing phase through a half-rotation grip and support at the thigh buttocks. Now the jump into hand-supported somersault can be conducted without spinning assistance and with safety provisions on hand if required. In the first flight phase of this jump, we often find that students slightly bend their hip joints. This gentle angle is used to support the rotation to make it easier to achieve the handstand and should not be regarded as incorrect in amateur sports practice. The more straightforward supported jumps shown here, side vault, high vault, half-twist vault, cartwheel and jumping cartwheel over the barrier, are carried out in accordance with age sooner than the hand-supported somersault. To secure the landing, the assistant stands behind the jumper, who indicates which side he is going to swing his legs using a hand signal. Assistance is provided to the upper arm. In the execution of the cartwheel handspring, which again exhibits a greater difficulty level, the gymnast moves like a wheel with a quarter turn in the direction of the movement, whereby the legs are closed in a vertical position very early on. Assistance takes the form of a firm grip on the body. The main errors committed when carrying out a handspring are heavily bent arms and hip joints, pushing forward the shoulders, a rolling or tipping-like movement, and bringing the lower legs back during landing. The student can be encouraged to succeed here by devoting ample time to practicing the prepared supported handsprings with assistance, setting the barrier to be jumped over at a lower height, or increasing the distance between the mini-tramp and the jump apparatus. The mini trampoline can play a supportive role as a methodological aid or be used in combination with other equipment to increase the range of movements. 2 examples of this are provided in this section. Following corresponding introductory exercises to develop backward somersaults using hand supports, the mini-tramp is introduced here as a methodological aid for learning the flick-flack. The front frame of the trampoline is placed on a box lid so that the bed is sloping downwards in jump direction and thereby supports the backward rotation. The jump is carried out from a standing position without build-up bounces. Assistants support the jumper at the thigh and base of the hips. The landing surface is set up at the same height as the frame. If the upper body leans too far forwards at the start of the jump, one assistant grabs hold of the jumper's hands so that he sits back into a sitting position and jumps backwards and extends. The flick-flack can also be executed from a forward approach. This involves taking one step to place one foot on the trampoline bed, putting the other foot alongside it, and executing the backward jump immediately without bouncing. The Minitramp is not only an ideal piece of combi equipment in the execution of supported jumps. Just as here with the flying trapeze, it enhances a sense of daring, excitement, and helps to create an attractive array of movements. Prerequisites are the secure extension jump, experience on the trapeze, and the support and safety provided by assistants during the learning phase, using a clamp grip to lift the body. The mini trampoline can be positioned further back at a later stage, so that the gymnasts have to jump further and higher, with the body held at a steep diagonal angle in order to be able to grasp the trapeze bar with their hands as it swings towards them. The Minitramp is an ideal supportive element in the current physical disciplines parkour and free running. The trampoline catapults the jumper to greater heights and more rapidly than if he were jumping off a hard surface, and provides the opportunity to playfully explore a wealth of movement possibilities. These efficient and often spectacular moves can be transposed safely, proficiently and creatively from the sports hall and onto the relevant terrain with all its obstacles. For traceurs, the practitioners of parkour, efficiently covering ground is of top priority, as is the creative negotiation of all obstacles. This involves being able to land in a way that will not cause any injury to joints, particularly if the traceur intends to immediately continue moving either by running or rolling. Rolling, a move also known as a roulade, is mastered and practiced initially from a standing position, then with a run-up, and later, as seen here, following on from a high tuck jump as a saut de fond. This is how jumps down from high walls and other high obstacles are prepared. At the same time, gymnasts work on maintaining balance in the air and keeping flight positions stable. The individual traceurs shown here demonstrate varying levels of proficiency and different versions of the saut de fond. Various different kinds of landings are being carried out here to arrive in a favorable position for movement continuation by running or rolling. The impact of spot landings is immediately dispersed to larger sections of the body to avoid injury to joints. The jump support provided by the Minitramp can help in the successful mastering of various efficient ways of surmounting obstacles that are not too high, moves that we know from gymnastics as jumping side vaults, turning, flanking with or without twists. Assistance can be provided to the upper arm, but this is not usually required. Here is a prime demonstration of the reverse hecht, a tucked side vault with full rotation in the direction of the movement in a walking position, after putting down the hands, whereby for the continued rotation in the direction of the movement the second hand, which is used as a support for longer, is turned inwards. The entire jump is executed. The tucked body turns around the longitudinal axis around the front arm that has been turned inwards and lands after the rotation in an upright position to continue moving, either walking or running. The tucked side vault with a quarter turn, a similar version of which is known as a demi-tour and used by traceurs, is practiced as a methodical intermediate step when learning the reverse hecht. The move leads swiftly on to the 360-degree turn of the reverse hecht by letting one of the supporting hands go and continuing to turn into the upright landing position. Another often used technique for the surmounting of low obstacles is what's known as the lazy vault, which can also be practiced as an early form of the one-arm supported speed foe. This is similar to the rapid supported scissor jump or hurdle jump with launch and landing on one leg. There are also variations in the execution of this jump that depend on which leg meets the ground first on landing. Either leg can be used for continued motion, the trail leg or the lead leg. In the execution of the cat leap or arm jump, which sees both feet and hands looking for something to grip following a long approach jump, the Minitramp and wall bars can provide good practice possibilities. The assistant provides support to the body as the jumper seeks something to grasp. Here, proficient and powerful freerunners demonstrate the attractive devil drop as a dismount jump, also known as a dolphin somersault, a forward somersault from a backwards dismount jump. Difficult jumps like these are of course developed and coached in advance in a methodical manner, using a variety of supports. The wall spin, a sideways somersault supported on a wall, is being mastered here using the mini trampoline, a slanting springboard and assistance. Following the takeoff from both feet after bouncing, the jumper supports himself upside down with both hands underneath each other and continues to turn with tucked legs around the lower supporting arm. The upper hand is disengaged after the first part of the turn to enable the execution of the landing on both feet facing the initial launch jump point. The next step in the learning process is to carry out the supporting move without a board and on the wall. We see that with this kind of assistance, even if the feet touch the wall when the jumper is upside down, he cannot fall. The coach demonstrates this jump with run-up at a great height and powerful arm propulsion and facing downwards during the 360-degree rotation. The forward somersault or front flip in a walking position with ensuing roll to continue motion, which is methodically introduced just as with the forward somersault in Block G, can also of course be tackled by amateur sportsmen and women with safety provisions. The coach's exemplary demonstration shows us the high flight phase, the rapid rotation in a tight tuck position, and the timely opening to slow down the rotation for landing. The double leg, a sideways somersault bent over with a quarter turn against the direction of movement, is mastered using mats placed upright, mat blocks or mat barriers as terrain supports. Jumping sideways, the gymnast rolls and turns so that he's facing the initial approach position on landing. Initially tackled from a standing position and later with a run-up, this lateral technique for rolling and eventually jumping over the mat barrier can be mastered without fear and requires only reciprocal safety precautions on landing. Landing mats are spread over a larger area for beginners. Without equipment support, the jumper is supported and turned by a firm grip on the body. An additional safety line can be employed at this point. The side flip, a sideways tuck somersault in a walking position, requires great skill. Security and assistance can be provided here with the help of the rotation clamp grip on the body. Methodical intermediary steps can of course be carried out, such as the sideways somersault down from a box requiring the support of a belt. Such exercises are only conducted with students suited to the challenge. The Auerbach somersault, or gaining back, a forward jump into a twist carried out backwards either in a tuck or extended position, can also only be executed without assistance by proficient gymnasts or freerunners. Inclining the mini-tramp towards the landing point facilitates forward movement and rotation. This somersault can also be carried out by many recreational gymnasts with the help of a belt and rotational support at the thigh, whereby the jumper pulls the knees up to the arms and tucks in the head to enhance the rotation. It is difficult to provide assistance here, as without pulling the belt forwards, if the rotating jumper achieves insufficient forward propulsion, he has to be pushed forwards with the other hand to avoid an accident. Unlike the scene presented here, there is always one assistant on each side when a student is learning a new jump. To close, we see highly proficient gymnasts and students in an attractive presentation of the vision of jumping and flying people. The tricks, flips and freestyle jumps are instilled with a light, playful quality by the mini trampolines. Creative and appealing mini trampoline presentations like these can go a long way to inspiring both spectators and the gymnasts themselves to greater feats and heights.